This is now the honest time. How many of you actually think I'm going to be selling you something? Coming into this thinking that. Vishwa's kind of nodding her head. Who else?
I mean, what's wrong with it?
Huh?
What's wrong with it? Like
Nothing's wrong with it.
you're giving up 3 hours of your time. So yeah, what's wrong with knowing about your services too?
There's nothing wrong with it. What's wrong though is, so again, for those of you who are new to me, I think it's important to know before I do these workshops, like literally the first 2 hours of my day, I dropped off my kids to school this morning and then I came in this room, and every time I do these, which is like maybe once a quarter, I do about a 2-hour meditation. And I have a spiritual coach, and I do these 2-hour meditations. And what I do is I ground myself in a very deep sense of like empathy, because I've been a job seeker before. And if I'm about to spend 3 hours of my freaking time with somebody I don't freaking know, the last thing I would want is someone just sitting there selling me something, when all I really want is learning how to navigate this thing. So you're not wrong, Hiba, that there's nothing wrong with talking about your services. I do think there's something wrong with inviting a bunch of people into a room and then trying to just sell them as fast as you can. So this is not going to be that. This is going to be everything I freaking know in my head about the job market, what I teach my clients, what they do, and distilling it into this. This is why we're going to spend 4 hours together, 3 hours together. We're going to take breaks. We're going to have fun. It's not just me lecturing, but I just want you guys to know that. So any guard that was potentially up, I want it to go down, because we're not doing any of these sales pitches, okay? Fair enough? One more question now before I get into it. How many of you have asked, or not asked, but said to yourselves throughout this process of your job search, I just don't have confidence. I just need more confidence. Show of hands, yes, no, maybe so. Okay. Who has asked themselves, where does confidence actually come from? Does anyone want to take a shot at that? Who wants to answer? Where does confidence come from?
I feel like confidence.
Being prepared. Being prepared.
Like confidence. Yeah, being prepared, or like repeated practice and succeeding. Into
Maybe from honesty, like when you talk about things that you practiced before and you have a knowledge about, even if you practice in different contexts, not necessarily the exact story that you're telling, but from a different context in the workspace, and you're talking about
Like honest comes from people I talk to confirm that I fit the role before I even interview.
Yeah, and I think confidence comes from self-belief.
All right. These are good answers. Look at Roche. I told you not to spoil it. Freaking Roche. Some of these were good answers. Some of these were bad answers. Okay. You know how people say there's no such thing as a stupid question? I promise you the person who invented that was the one who asked the stupid question. And sometimes I think there's stupid responses. Not because we're stupid, but because we've been told other things. Okay? If we are giving, someone just said, and I couldn't catch it fast enough, that confidence comes from someone telling me that I'm a good fit for this role. If that is the case, I'm going to start muting everyone, or if you can, mute yourselves. If we are relying on someone to tell us what we're good at and what we're not good at, then we're consistently going to give our power away to somebody else. Fair enough? So then the second that person says, no, you're not a good fit anymore, then that confidence goes away. I use this analogy a lot because I have a 5-year-old daughter who I swear to God thinks she's 17. When we fight, when we used to fight, I sucked at it. How many parents, how many people in this room are parents who today are good at communicating with their kids, but maybe 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 day ago, you weren't, right? Why are we good today? Because we went through it. We got better at it, right? We got clear on how to communicate with our kid in a way that's effective for them. Confidence for everybody who is really good at something today that you were not good at something in the past comes from clarity, right? Clarity on just how to do the damn thing. It's not someone telling me I'm a good parent, because ask my 5-year-old daughter 2 years ago, she would have said no, right? Everything that we are good at today comes from the fact that we just got clear on how to do it. And some of those lessons were painful. That is the goal of today's workshop. It's to give you clarity on how to navigate this environment. So that way, once you are clear on how to do it, you can confidently go towards it. Fair enough? All right, I'm gonna kick things off. And as I mentioned, we're gonna take a lot of breaks. We're gonna hopefully laugh. I don't know, we might even cry, okay? But I just want you guys to know, like, I was literally handpicking each of you. You saw that. You guys messaged me. I sent you this thing. I turned away a lot of people. Everyone in this room, I studied your guys' LinkedIn profiles in depth, my friends, except for like one person who just messaged me last second this morning. And I looked at your LinkedIn profiles. You guys have done badass things in the past, and there's nothing that suggests you can't do another badass thing in the future, okay? Keep that in mind. And now I'm going to share my screen and we'll kick things off. How do I present this damn thing? All right, here we go. So I might be looking away, but here's what we're covering. So today this is what we're covering, right? The blueprint to landing your next 200K to 500K offer in this year, but most importantly, doing something that you actually enjoy at a company you admire and also getting paid your worth. I don't think it's all about money, but I do think that you should get paid your worth. Okay, so that's what we're going to cover today. And I want to add this disclaimer because I think people think, oh, just because I came here, I'm going to just all of a sudden get it. No, that's not the truth. There's a lot of effort that is required. And so learning the stuff today, practicing the stuff today is what's going to get you there, not just by attending today. Okay, it's applying what you learn. And my promise today is that I'm going to show you everything that I know about landing high-paying job offers in this crazy market without spending countless hours applying. And then on average, it would be in the next 94.8 days. Okay, that is what I know, and that is what I'm going to teach you. And the strategies that I'm going to share with you today are literally just from the last 152 clients that I worked with. And most of them were in this market starting in 2024, 2025, and then even this year so far. Okay, and these are the skill sets that I typically support when I'm working with somebody in a one-on-one fashion. And even if you are not in one of these skill sets, what you learn today will largely apply, because nothing I'm going to dive into is just super duper uber specific to tech. It's really just a more holistic approach to it. Okay, so like I said, nothing that you learn today is based on theory. I hate theory. I just want to teach you what I know from what's working inside of my program, nothing else. Okay, and some of these results that you may have seen me post about on LinkedIn, or if you're new to me, you may have not seen these, but these are just some of the results that have come in from the last 152 clients. We've had clients who went from director to VP in 87 days after getting laid off. This person in general, specifically the director to VP, she was working with one company for 10 years and all of a sudden got laid off. Now imagine how that must have felt. And I'm sure some of you can attest to this. When you get laid off after working with one company for so long, it can shift your entire identity. It can make you just question your self-worth. It can do a lot of different things. And so this is just one person that did that. As you see, got, sorry, people are still coming in. A 300 something K base offer just recently. People who are made it into FANG companies, Apple, Google, etc. This is my client, Stephanie. She's one of my favorite clients ever. Some of these are just recently, like in November, this is what happened. In October, this is what happened. And these are just, again, just some of the results that are working in this market right now. So I just wanted to share these with you. This was in December. Someone just got an increase in 100K. Also, after being laid off, she was laid off after 7 years. This is January, so you can see this is actually working even just recently. I think I have a couple in here from February. This is technically December 31st, but that counts, I think. January, February, this was just last month. And then I even have one from yesterday, but I think that, but I don't want to keep sharing stories about them. I want this to be you rewriting your story, okay? But I just wanted to give you the receipts in case you were wondering if this actually freaking works. And I'm going to give away one thing. I'm going to give away two things. I'll share the second thing later, but this is the first thing. I think I mentioned this when you guys signed up, that I'm giving away something today. One of you today will receive 7 free coaching sessions with me if you think this is beneficial and if you think it will help you. Cover everything in those 7 sessions. We're going to make sure you are targeting the right role. I am going to rewrite your entire freaking resume and your LinkedIn profile. I will help you build out your entire outreach process. I will prep you for 3 specific interviews, one with a recruiter, one with a hiring manager, one with a peer. I will even have you record one of those because I literally have my clients record interviews. And then I am going to debrief with you after that. And then once you get your offer, because I promise you, you will get your freaking offer, we're going to negotiate the hell out of it if we need to make sure you get paid what you're worth. Okay, so one of you is going to get this today. How do you get this? Is just this, okay? All you need to do is take a picture of something that you actually learned from this workshop, you think it applies to you, you think someone might find helpful, and then post it, screenshot it, tag me at my name. Okay, and then I'll pick a winner tomorrow morning if it takes you some time. And what I'm going to do first, I'm going to literally DM you just to make sure that you're, well, first to let you know you won. And then I'm going to ask you if it's okay for me to post it. The last free giveaway I gave Adam, he's actually in this room. I messaged him and I said, is it cool if I post it? And he said, yes. So I did. If you're working and you say no or whatever, then that's okay. I won't post it, okay? So that's how you win this, just in case you were wondering. All right, so here's what we're covering today. This first part, the 3 harsh truths you can't avoid, I'm not going to share that unless I have your permission to share that, because it might hurt some feelings in here. Are you okay with me sharing some harsh truths first before I dive straight into strategy?
Yes.
Yes? Yes? All right. Dang, no one says no?
Tear the Band-Aid off.
Huh? Cool. All right. All I ask is you guys mute your thing. I don't know how to mute your guys' stuff, and I don't want to be the parent. You guys know how to mute this thing? I don't know.
There is an option called mute all.
Hover your cursor over someone's picture and a little thing shows up.
Remember how I teach people how to get jobs in tech and I don't even know how to use Google? Maybe you shouldn't listen to me. If you want to drop off right now, I fully get it, y'all. Okay, so 3 harsh truths. All right, you guys said I can do this, so I'm going to do it. All right, so here's the first harsh truth. Every single person that you are seeing on LinkedIn, and I know you're happy for them, but secretly wondering, what the fuck did they do? Why can't I get it? Every single person that you see, I'm so happy to announce that I just blah, blah, blah. So happy to announce, so excited, so grateful, so thrilled. All those people that are ahead of you, I promise you are not working harder than you. Okay? I promise you that. The difference between those people and you is that you're doing laborious work and they're doing leveraged work. And in a second, you're going to learn what leveraged work actually means. But first, let's talk about what laborious work means. This is laborious work. I get laid off. I put together a resume. I just start applying as much as I can. I tell some friends and family, hey, keep me in mind. And they say, sure thing, Neetu. And then they don't actually do it. Then you're wondering what the hell. So you keep applying. You're getting automated rejections. You're like, well, what the hell is wrong with me? So I keep applying again. And then I finally get an interview. Oh my God, the recruiter says he needs to meet with me tomorrow. I just say yes because I'm desperate. I don't want it to go away. I go into this thing unprepared. I bomb it, not because I'm stupid, but because I'm unprepared and I'm not rehearsed. I'm not whatever. So then I bomb it. Then I keep applying. And then I get another interview. I bomb that one. I'm like, well, what the hell is wrong with me? Maybe I should go for a role that's lower than the one I just had because now I'm getting a little bit desperate. And then I keep applying. And oh shit, I get a role that's lower than what I used to have. Well, why the hell did I get a role that's lower than what I used to have? I'm much better than this. Well, I'll just probably accept it. And now I accept a role. And now I'm resentful. Is familiar?
So much.
Okay. Is this laborious work?
Just losing
Yeah.
your self-work.
Most definitely.
That's laborious work, dude. Every single day, you guys are waking up, applying to hundreds of jobs, rewriting your resume. Someone just messaged me today. He's like, yeah, I'll send you my resume. I have about 6 of them. Like, okay, you know how much that work is? It's like, this is constantly what people do. And then they wonder, well, why the hell is this not working? It's because this is laborious work. Okay, applying jobs never gets easier. This whole like one-click apply thing on LinkedIn that they have, that you and I both know, does not work. Okay, but the system that we're about to learn today is going to make this so much more simpler and easier for you guys to actually navigate through this. And then it actually gets easier the more you do it. So the best way I can put it is like they're using a new system that's not that entirely different. It's not magical. It's just a little bit logical. We're just using an outdated system. The reason you're in this room is because you're using an outdated system. Can we admit that? Can we admit that? That's harsh truth number one. We got to admit these harsh truths, because once we admit it, we can keep moving on. Okay, so just never forget this. This is one of the best things I've ever been told in my life. 10 out of 10 execution on a 2 out of 10 opportunity will keep stuck forever. Let me tell you what this means, okay? If you woke up every single day at 5 a.m. and you went to the gym, every single day at 5 a.m. you woke up and you got your butt to the gym, that's 10 out of 10 execution. That's badass. Would you agree? Yes, no? Okay, but if you went to the gym every day at 5 a.m. and all you did was push-ups and they were in the incorrect form, and then you came home and ate pancakes and later that night ate pizza, you're wasting 10 out of 10 execution on a 2 out of 10 opportunity. Does that make sense? So waking up every single day, rewriting your resume, applying to hundreds of jobs feels like 10 out of 10 execution, doesn't it? But you're executing 10 out of 10 on a 2 out of 10 opportunity. That is why we're not going to do that anymore. We don't want to eat pancakes and pizza every single day if we're going to the gym at 5 a.m. hoping to get results. Okay, that's harsh truth number one. The second pill to swallow, and this is really important, okay, is that the only thing that is in your way is you. It's not the recruiters who are not responding. It's not the interviews that you're going on and bombing. It's your belief system. And the longer we keep doing something that doesn't work, we start to tell ourselves a completely different story in our head. Right? This shit doesn't work. Maybe something's wrong with me. Maybe I should go for a lower level role. And then those 2 a.m. thoughts come. Am I ever going to get that title I used to have? Am I ever going to make more money? I have a lot of people who depend on me. And all these things our belief system starts going into scarcity mode. So it's what we tell ourselves that matter. And the same gym thing example, the same gym example applies here, right? If somebody says, hey, I want to get you in the best shape of your life, and you are like, I've never been in good shape. I have an affinity. So but you know what? What the hell? I'm going to try this new diet, this new workout thing, but I probably won't hit results. Right there, we already come in with a half-assed belief, don't we? And what do half-assed beliefs do? They lead to half-assed actions. And what do half-assed actions do? They lead to half-assed results. And half-assed results do? They reinforce the original belief that I knew I wasn't good enough. I knew this wouldn't have worked for me. So what we believe impacts the actions we take, and the actions we take impact the results we get, and the results we get impact the original belief. Okay? And there's a big difference between I can't do it versus I just haven't done it yet. Who agrees with this? Big difference between I can't do it versus I haven't been able to do it yet. Okay, and why do all of us, myself included, struggle with mindset? This is not some foo-foo go hug a tree, although I do hug trees. It's not one of those things. The reason we struggle with mindset, if you think about it, is because we are fighting against decades and decades of entrenched beliefs. Think about how we grew up. If you grew up in a home or an environment where you were poor, you're probably really focused on, I need stability, I need stability, I need stability. If we grew up being told we're never good enough, if we grew up like being bullied, I was, that shit hurts us. And it hurts our self-confidence. Most importantly, hurts our self-worth. So we're fighting against decades of belief because most of our beliefs that we hold today are all created on accident. Happen slowly over time. But I think the really cool thing about this is that we can also change our beliefs. Right? Just like we talked about with clarity in the past, we can change our mindset. And I think that's really cool. And the last and most harshest truth I can say is that I actually think it is really selfish to not give this thing all that you've got. I do think it's a little bit selfish to not achieve your potential. And I don't mean that you need to go out and be a CEO or be a C-suite leader. I just think you know what your best is. And if you're not giving it your best, then that's selfish. Because I don't think, and I freaking hate when people say it's just a job. It's like, no, dude, it's not just a job, because your job dictates everything. It dictates how you feel when you wake up. It dictates how you feel when you go to sleep, and how you feel dictates how you show up for your loved ones. It dictates where you live. It dictates how you live. It dictates how much you save. It dictates what vacations you can go on, where you can go. Can I put my kids in some training or tutoring or whatever? It dictates everything. So it can never be just a job. And if we're going to spend 40 hours a week or more of our lives giving that shit to somebody, we may as well enjoy it, and we may as well get paid what we're worth, right? Because what we do there impacts how we show up for our loved ones. When we have a crappy job, are we showing up the best possible way for the people who depend on us? Probably not, right? And I want to ask someone this, you can take yourself off mute. Rosh, you can't answer this because you've been here, I think, cheating all the time. No, I'm just kidding. Who wants to take a guess at why do we stay in a perpetual state of suffering or scarcity? Why? Who wants to?
Change is terrifying.
Learned help.
Because we're afraid of change.
Comfort zone, and I think sometimes we get scared of of the state of shine. Sometimes we get scared from actually the good thing that is coming next.
These are such great answers. I love these answers.
Not that bad. That's complacency. It's not that bad. That's the easy way to get stuck.
Yes. Great answers. You're taking notes right now. Can you draw a piece of on your paper? Can you draw a black dot? Who drew a black dot? Just say yes or no.
Yes.
Alicia, what do you see on that paper? Whoever drew a black dot on a piece of paper, what do you see on that paper?
A black dot.
The center.
White space.
Focus.
That's right. One
I
person.
see 99% of the space is usable, but just like that little space is what is damaged, but the paper is still usable.
Beautiful answer, my friend. The black dot is what most people focus on. But most people forget all this white space.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is, right now, you might be going through a shitty situation, but it's just a blimp in a big life.
Mm-hmm.
We have so much room to change everything, you guys. And I want to tell you something before I go into tactics, okay? One of the most beautiful lessons I ever learned comes from these pictures. For those of you who don't know, I grew up in, I was born in Sudan. I lived there for the first 4 years of my life. My dad's entire family was in Sudan. I had like 88 family members that lived in Sudan, North Sudan now. And 4 or 5 years ago, I can't remember the exact date, South Sudan invaded North Sudan. And within a matter of days, they lost everything. Homes, I have pictures of their homes bombed, schools bombed, businesses bombed. And luckily, India came in and said, we can offer refuge to people in North Sudan. And these pictures are my little cousins and my family members who had to board one of, I don't know what these big planes are called, but they had to board this plane at freaking 4 a.m. in the morning, okay? And to even get to this plane, to get through those roads was super dangerous. This is the last time I actually ever saw my grandma. That's my dad's mom. So for 2 to 3 days, we could not get, my mom, my dad, and myself, I'm an only child, we could not get a hold of anybody. And so, finally, we got to see them through WhatsApp. Like, you know, like on WhatsApp, you can do like FaceTime or whatever it's called. And when we FaceTimed, we got to FaceTime with my dad's younger brother. And in Sudan, they speak Arabic, so he was speaking Arabic. And all I could see from the FaceTime was like everyone in this room, they were in this little apartment, dude. And they were like goofing off. They were like laughing and goofing off and joking around. And I freaking lost it. I don't know why, but I lost it. And I asked my dad, I was like, dude, ask your brother, why the hell are they so freaking happy right now? Like they just went through one of the worst experiences of their life, black dot. And my dad's brother said something to my dad in Arabic that I'll translate. And he said, why should I be upset right now? I have everything I need in my life. I have my family, I have my breath, I have like, I'm waking up, I'm here, we're here. What the hell do I have to be ungrateful about? And he says, because every single time you focus on what's missing, you miss what is there, white space. And I think that's the most beautiful lesson I have ever learned in my life. And I think when we're going through a shitty situation, I'm sorry, we're going to get into all the tactics in a minute, but I have to say this. When we're going through something shitty, we can start demonizing the job experience, the recruiters who don't get back to us, all the things we do wrong, then start questioning ourselves and then beating ourselves up over this. When in fact, it's just a black dot. We're just going through a little time in our big life of something shitty, but we can change that. Fair enough? Are you guys with me? Because everything you want in your life starts with gratitude. And I mean happiness, like real happiness is not about getting what you want, you guys. It's just about being happy with what we have. So every time you trade your expectations for appreciation, you will see the universe reward you. And I learned everything I'm going to teach you today and everything I just talked about. I learned the hard way. I told you my parents, I'm an only child. We grew up in Africa. My dad had a 9th grade education. We moved here. My dad didn't even know the language. Started a business, fucking audacity he had, right? And then doesn't know how to speak English, starts a business for months, for years, can't make more than $350 per month. My mom takes 2 jobs, one as an accounts receivable clerk, and then the second as a grocery clerk. Talk about that. She had a college education. So we grew up in Anaheim, but in a very, very dangerous part of Anaheim, where I was exposed to drugs. We had neighbors die. They literally got shot. We never had any money. All of that financial pressure made my parents get divorced. So growing up, I had lack. Then I finally meet my wife, who's a teacher. And at this point, I'm not making any money. So now think of like my ego. Her parents are like, why are you talking to this guy? You could marry a doctor, an engineer, a lawyer. That's what all Indian parents say. Just marry a doctor, engineer, a lawyer. You know, what are you doing with this guy? Luckily, she ignored them. Thank God. But that made me feel like, dude, I am more lack, right? So think about these entrenched beliefs I was talking about just a few minutes ago. I grew up with that. Luckily, I had community. Luckily, I had mentors. Luckily, I did have coaches. And because of everything that I learned and the support system that I had, that business I started in 2010 ended up growing to a $72 million company that got acquired by a company called North Highland. And then I got a job as one of the youngest executives at a publicly traded company making 7 figures. And the only thing my wife and I said was, now we're going to give back as much as we can. We started 2 schools in Africa, one all-girls school that you can see. My wife is teaching them how to dance, not well. And then a co-ed school from I think kindergarten to 12th. And, now my family needs for nothing. And so everything that I'm teaching you today comes from these entrenched beliefs I had, having to overcome these beliefs, and then learning these systems that not only help me, but now help all those clients as well. And that's what I'm going to share with you today. So that's why I do what I do. That's why I don't believe in turning this into one long sales pitch. And that's why I believe in just giving you everything I know, because even if we don't work together, that will create ripple effects. And I just care about ripple effects. So now we can dive into the strategy that we went through, the harsh shoots. You guys ready for this? Because from here on out, it's all tactical shit, guys.
Yes, we are.
All right, let's get into it. Oh, yeah, I forgot I even had this slide. Remember this girl from the plane? I just took my son to go for the first time. He's 8. I just took him to India, and he met all of those 88 people. And this is just cool because this is one of them. And now she's grown up, graduated college. She just graduated college, and now she's just living her life, doing her thing. So I thought that was kind of cool. All right. So moral of the story: our past never define our future. It only shapes it. And I do believe you're only one job offer away from changing the entire trajectory of your career. Okay. So here's the only strategy you will ever need to landing a high-paying job offer in today's market. This is it. This is the system that we're going to cover today. This system is all you're going to need. And I have a disclaimer before I dive into it. And it comes from something that I did a long time ago that I don't want you to do. And I really want you to avoid this. If you want this to work, please don't be me. A long time ago, because of my wife nagging me, I decided to hire a personal trainer because she said, you can't be married to a skinny little guy all day. So I hired a trainer. I got really buff, but in order for me to get buff, I had to work with this guy, and he gave me the workout plan, the diet plan, and the recovery plan. And he told me, his name was Ron Lindsay. He's like, Ron said, Gaurav, you need to follow everything I tell you in the order I tell you to do it. And then every freaking Monday after a weekend, he would meet with me and he'd say, what'd you eat this weekend? And one weekend, just one weekend, more like 7 weekends, but I didn't tell him that, I had cheesecake, because I can't, if you put cheesecake in front of me, dude, it's game over. and I had cheesecake. And I told him, I was like, yeah, I had 2 slices of cheesecake, when I think I really had like way more than that. And he lost it. And he's like, how the hell do you expect to get results? What the hell? Your macro, blah, 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 is going to mess up, da, 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 da. He's like, if you want results, you care about this, stop eating cheesecake. So my point to you is, don't do this out of order. Just do it in the process I'm about to teach it, and don't eat the cheesecake, okay? Fair enough? Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right, no cheesecake,
Fair.
okay? All right, so step 1, finding a new job that you want, that pays you what you're worth at a company you admire, never starts with your resume, okay? It starts by identifying where we want to be and then reverse engineering how we're going to get there. And the best example I can give you, anyone here in this room live in LA or just California? Yeah? Okay, Betty, I'm just going to use Betty as an example. So let's say I went up to Betty and I said, Betty, I need your ass to drive from California to New York, but you can't use any GPS device, no phone, no map. You can't even have anybody in your car. You just have to figure it out. And let's just say for some strange reason, Betty has to listen to me, okay? What do we know to be true? We know Betty's smart enough to figure the first thing out, which is like, okay, fine, Gaurav, if I just drive northeast long enough from California, I will get my butt to New York. Fair enough, right? But what we don't know is she going to start off on the right freeway? Is she going to make the wrong turns? How many times will she get rerouted? How many times will she get stuck? How many times will she have to stop for directions? How much energy is she going to waste? How much gas is she going to burn? We don't know any of that, but we know it's going to happen, right? But at some point, Betty will get her butt to New York. But what we also don't know is, where in New York will she end up? Will it be Buffalo? And please forgive me, but who the hell wants to live in Buffalo? Okay, or will she end up in some dangerous part of the Bronx where the second she stops, she might get carjacked? No, right? But what we know is, because it took Betty forever and a day to get to Buffalo, she's likely going to get out of her car, check into a hotel or Airbnb, and just chill out for a minute, right? Because she is tired. But what if I just said, hey, Betty, I want you to drive from California to the M&M store in downtown Manhattan, and this time you can use any GPS device that you want. Now what do we know? We know she's going to have the fastest, most effective route to the M&M store. And not only that, that route's going to keep getting updated as she gets there, as she goes there. And then on top of all of that, she gets to have M&Ms when she gets there, right?
That's true.
Think about how this relates to our jobs and our careers. How many of you have been at one company, you're like, oh my God, this sucks. And you're like, let me just slap together a resume. Get a job at this company. You're like, oh, this kind of sucks too. And then I was like, fuck it, I'll go over here. Oh shit, I got laid off. Let me just, then I'm over here. Oh my God, I got laid off here. Now I'm getting low. And I just keep going like this, right? Instead of going straight up. Why? Because we never took the time, or we don't take the time to define our M&M store. So it starts with, where do we want to go first? And then we can start figuring out what's the best path to get there. And most importantly, what path do we need to avoid? Okay. So instead of saying, I just need a job, let's start getting the right job. Because I'll tell you, in this market, it takes just as long to get a bad job as it does to get a good job. I know that for a fact. So we may as well just go for the right job, your M&M store. Okay. And so if we started with just putting together our resume, and on our resume, we talked about everything we've ever done, then how can we ever expect to attract anything new? Right? If we talk about everything we've done, how do we attract anything new? So if we just put together a resume and do that, typically this is what you get. You end up in a workshop like this for 3 hours. Okay, so what we need to do instead of slapping together a resume, the fastest way to figure out what your M&M store is something called a career audit. Because slapping together a resume without knowing what to put on it, without knowing what your value is kind of like doing this. How many of us have ever bought a home? Like if you bought a home 10 years ago, hypothetically for $500,000 and you decided I'm going to sell that home today. Would you sell it for 500,000? Yes or no?
No way.
No. What would you do?
Appraise it and get the market value before I can put it on the market.
Exactly. It would be stupid to not understand what your home's value is in the market, right? So then you hire an appraiser. And the guy or girl comes in and says, hey, nice kitchen, nice upgrade on this, nice this. Oh, by the way, I ran the comps. Your home is now worth $1.5 million. Let's market it this way to make sure we get the $1.5 million. Right? Everyone knows if I'm going to sell my old home and sell it now, I'm going to get an appraisal. So if we're appraising our home before we sell it, why are we not appraising our career before we go for the next job? How many of you in the last 5 years at your last job, swear to God, be honest, how many of you said, dude, I could do my manager's job? That guy's a joke.
Endless times.
Endless times. How many of you said that? Yeah, so many. How many of you in the last 5 years, be honest, have learned new skills?
Endless times.
Endless times. How many of you in the last 5 years took on more and more work and more responsibilities and fucking crushed it? Yeah? So are you worth today what you were worth 5 years ago?
No.
No way.
No. So let's go for what we really want and we know we've earned the right to get. And the first way to decide what we want and what our worth is through doing a career audit. Okay? We had a client who did this. So this guy, oh my God, this was the craziest story. And I bet you some of you can resonate. He joined our program because he got laid off. Okay. But when he got laid off, a week before he got laid off, found out that his wife was pregnant. First kid. He was making $165,000 as a product manager. Okay. And by the time he joined our program, he had applied to all these roles, applied, never got anything, and then decided he's going to go for not even a product manager, like something junior than that. And so he started looking at roles at 140K, 130K, because he thought, well, if I go lower, I'll probably get that faster. And I have kids that I need benefit, blah, 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 all this stuff. And then we did an audit. And we realized, we did an audit. And I said, look, tell me what you worked on. Tell me how you did it. What did you solve? Let's break that down. Who was involved? What were the time constraints? What were the bottlenecks? How did you solve for that? And we realized, dude, this guy's crushed it over the last 5 years because just like you guys said, he improved his scope of responsibility. He improved his skills. He improved his communication. He started working with executives. He had done so many things. He'd launched things. Right? So after he did the audit, he got a $225,000 base salary position as a principal product manager. I think I said 220 is actually 225. And this is what he said about the audit. Right? The career audit helped me look back at my entire career, find breadth of my accomplishments, forced me to look at different profiles and different career paths, which then allowed me to be much more strategic about what I wanted to do next. He didn't use the word M&M store, and I kind of hammered it for this. I wish he had, but he defined his M&M store. So during the career audit, he learned what he was going to go after, and that's how he got it. And so what we're going to do first is going to do the career audit, and there's a 3-step process to this. Now, for reference, I spend about 90 minutes. The second somebody joins and starts working with me, we don't touch the resume. I spend about 90 minutes, sometimes even 2 hours doing this. So just so you know, it should take that long. Because if you've done a lot of things, you want to understand what those things were and what are most relevant to your target role. So first, what we're going to do when you do an audit, you're going to sit down when you have a lot of room to just think and not interrupt it. You're just going to say, in each of my last 10 to 15 years, what were the biggest problems I solved at each of my companies? Just ask yourself that. Then ask yourself, how did I solve these problems? Like, what went into all that? And then what were the outcomes that allowed the needle to move for my business? Cost savings, generated revenue, made things more efficient, right? What were they, right? Then the second step is, this is important. When was I the happiest? I ask people all the time, what do you want? And they're like, I don't know how to answer that. A good job, I think. And it's like, well, let's talk about when you were happy first. Because in order to know what we want, let's just get clear on what we don't want. How about that? Wouldn't that be kind of nice? If I dated 50 different people and 49 of them were horrible, what if I look back on like, what didn't I like about them so I don't get it again? Instead of saying what I constantly want, right? Same thing here. When was I the happiest? Why? When was I not happy? Why? When was I thriving? Why? Because now you're going to learn once we start talking to companies, because you're going to get multiple interviews from this process. I promise you that. It's not about any job. It's about the right job. So if I'm going to get multiple interviews, I have the luxury now to make sure I get what I actually want. Okay. We want to make heart-centric decisions that impact how we feel too, not just what we get in our bank account. Remember, because it's not just about us. It's about those who depend on us too. And how we feel largely impacts how we show up for the people who love us and depend on us, right? So once we've done these two things, this, then the next thing you're going to do is now we're going to study 25 different job descriptions. Okay. 15 to 25. And what I always do with my clients during this career audit, because I don't want to be the one telling them what they can get, I want them to realize what they're going to get. Their neurons need to connect. So now once we see what they've done and how they've done it and what they've achieved, and then I show them job descriptions for usually roles one level above. Remember, you're doing an appraisal. Your home is worth more. You're worth more. You could look one title up. If you look one title up, you will realize I've done this thing. You guys just said you could do your manager's job, right? So you may as well look at one title above yours. So we're not going backwards. We're not staying lateral. We're actually moving up. By studying these one level up roles, you will realize that what they're asking in a director role, hypothetically, versus what they're asking for in a freaking senior director role is very much the same goddamn thing. So the title no longer matters. You'll see throughout this whole thing, like just because you didn't hold a title doesn't mean that that's what prevents you from getting the role. If you've done the work and you've articulated it in your resume and your LinkedIn, which we're going to cover all that, then you're qualified. Make sense? Yes? No? So far?
Yes, it does.
Okay. The idea here is we need to find a better version of ourselves. And what the better version of ourselves is subjective. Only you know the answer to that. Like I said, you don't have to be a CEO, but you could still go for the thing you know you've earned the right to get if it makes you happy. Better version for this person, Amber. Amber was making $57,000 when she joined. This is a really long time, and she went into May and got a $157,000 job. Now Amber makes $225,000 as a program manager. Okay, that was her better version of herself. Sana, my old client, she was at Mang. She was actually at Google and didn't want to be there. She's like, I feel like I'm just a number. And she wanted to make a bigger impact. Plus, she had 2 kids, and Google was enforcing her to be in the company, in person. She wanted remote. So she found a better job. This is her better version in this season of life. So investing the time to do a career audit is probably the biggest gift you can give to your future self. And by future, I literally mean just 98.4 days. Take 60, 90. If it takes 2 hours, do that. For me, like I said, it takes about 60 minutes to 90 minutes, and I go sometimes 2 hours with each of my clients. Because I want them to see the neurons connecting. Like, I have done so much more than what I'm giving myself credit for. And now when I actually see it, and then I compare that to the job descriptions, I'm going in with what? Not confidence, clarity. Right? So doing the audit is step 1. So here's the recap. If you want to screenshot this for yourself. All right. You guys with me? Do we need a break or can I keep going? Okay, we'll
No, keep going. We don't need a break. We're good.
Let's do it. All right. Homework, spend 60 to 90 minutes this weekend, whenever you got to do your audit. Don't forget step 2, which is the one where you start understanding what made you happy, why, what made you not happy, why, when were you thriving, what, all that, because that's going to help you get very clear on what's going to serve you next. Okay. All right. Now that we've done the audit, now that we're clear on our M&M store, now we know what role we're going for next. Now is the time to rewrite your resume and your LinkedIn profile. And in this market, you guys, your LinkedIn profile holds more weight than your resume. I've said that a million times. And the only answer I can give as to why is because it's social proof. Okay, it's social proof. The people who get the most interviews in this job market are not the ones who are the most qualified. They're the ones who market themselves the best. And people look at LinkedIn the way they look at Yelp. If it's not on your LinkedIn profile, but it's on your resume, people wonder why. Because LinkedIn is social proof. And so there's 4 components that make up a good LinkedIn profile. And I want you to think about this very differently from here on out, okay? We're changing how we think, remember? I want you to think of your LinkedIn profile, and I guess your resume, as one big digital advertisement. It's just a digital ad. That's honestly all it is. My LinkedIn profile, your LinkedIn profile is just one big ad. And that ad tells the world what we're good at, right? If you think of advertising, what makes good advertising? Marketing 101, what makes good advertising is copywriting. Copywriting are the words that go into the ad, right? And then so what makes good copywriting? Well, good copywriting requires to know who your target audience is, what their problems are, and then talking about how you solve those problems. That's all it is. You guys all showed up on this workshop because I talked about your problem. I talked about how I solved it, and now you're here, right? Your LinkedIn profile is one big digital advertisement. And if your LinkedIn profile is not set up correctly, you can't expect quality interviews to come in because LinkedIn is social proof and recruiters, hiring managers, people look at that. So what are the 4 key components that make up a strong LinkedIn profile? There's a header, about section, responsibilities, and accomplishments, okay? Your header is like a teaser trailer of a movie, not the actual trailer. Like the 15-second trailer that's like, oh my God, Robert Downey Jr. is coming back in Avengers next year. Oh my God, that's a teaser trailer. And that's your header. And your header, a lot of people on their header write things like ninja. What the hell is a ninja? They'll write things like wicked smart, multidimensional, cross-functional. It's like, what are these things? I don't even know, I don't know what they are. And so all I know is the second I message someone, the first thing they're going to see is my header. If somebody messages you on LinkedIn and you go to that message, the first thing you see is their header. So if you see ninja, you're going to be like, I don't want to talk to a ninja today, right? But if you see customer success manager, then this, what I achieved, now there's a higher chance that they're going to want to talk to you, right? So your header should be just one sentence or like this that tells the world what you do, where have you done it? So it could be senior program manager working for senior program manager working for enterprise organizations, delivering, transformation programs with up to $5 million budgets. Slack, vertical line, delivered 97 programs ahead of schedule. These are really good examples of past clients who their headers that we wrote for them. So you could just borrow these and just make them your own. Okay, so that's the teaser trailer. That's part 1, or component 1. The second component is your about section. This is like very valuable real estate. Your about section is the actual trailer, which is now they get to see at a high level, what have you done in your career? And most importantly, what have you achieved? Because if they see that you've achieved the things that they need, there's a higher chance that they'll talk to you. Good advertising, right? And how do we know what to talk about? That's why we did the audit and we studied 25 job descriptions. And you see, when you study 25 job descriptions, what you will see is they keep asking for the same 5 to 7 things over and over and over and over and over again. Therefore, I know that those are the 5 to 7 things that the hiring manager finds important, that the recruiter finds important. Let me highlight that in my about section. Okay, so what's a good about section? Here's one. It tells you quite literally, I have 15 years of experience doing this thing across these industries. And I've also, by the way, achieved 1 billion downloads and 200 million in revenue. That's it. It has to be very straightforward. Here's another one. This is one of this guy. He's now a chief product officer, but when he went through the program, he was a VP of product, or that's what he ended up getting. And so 15 years of experience in what? So how many years of experience doing what in what? 15 years of experience in transformation enterprise program management across SaaS, delivering 97% of programs ahead of schedule, and while also under budget. Okay, and then if you want to add a career highlights, which I always recommend doing, you should. This is just sort of at a high level. Here's what I've accomplished for my organizations. Where does this come from? The career audit. And then one thing to note for those of you, any of you going for like leadership roles where you're going to manage people? Yes, no, maybe so. Yeah. This line for you guys is really important. The last one. How many people did you get promoted? And here's why this line is really important, because in case it's not obvious, in a leadership role, it's no longer about how good are you. It's about how good are you at getting other people to be as good at you as you, if not better. Okay. And so if I tell you I've helped 10 people get promoted, that makes you way more scalable, valuable, right? Because if I bring you in and now I know you can get other people to be really good, well, we can achieve a lot more than just if you were good. So for leaders, you want to talk about how many people throughout your career you've helped promote. And then lastly, it just shows the hiring manager that it's not, you don't care just about your achievements, you care about other people's achievements too. Okay. All right. So that's section 2 is your about section. Here are the 2 examples again, if you want to screenshot them. That's one. Now, the third section is under each of your jobs, you want to have a responsibility section. So if the header is a teaser trailer, the about is the actual trailer, then this is the action sequence in the movie. This is telling the world what you've actually done and how it resonates with them. Okay, and you're going to take these from the job descriptions you're going to study in the career audit. This is why I spend 2 hours with each of you when we work together to study job descriptions with you. And we're literally just going line by line. What did you do? Okay, well, if you did that, that's what needs to be here. And your responsibility section can be written in one of 2 ways, a summary or bulleted. Doesn't really matter. Okay, just make sure it's like not present tense if you're no longer there. And so here's what a summary version looks like. This is that same product manager person that I talked about. Where did he get all this? From the job descriptions. Where did those come from? From the career audit, which is why the audit's the foundation. Okay, and then it can also be just written in a bulleted format. Now, granted, as Heba said, what's wrong with talking about your services? I'm just going to plug in here. If we end up working together, I do this all one-on-one. I write this shit for you guys. You don't even have to worry about it. But the audit, I need you there. Okay, so bulleted or summary, just as you see here. And don't overthink it. Just look at you can even go to ChatGPT. This is what you could do if you wanted. Just drop 15 job descriptions and say the 5 to 7 most commonly brought up responsibilities. And then if those are the ones you've done, then those are the ones you're going to, that's all you have to do. I'm not going to go through this in depth.
If you don't mind.
Yeah.
So I keep hearing that we shouldn't really be, duplicating the same things we would put on a resume on LinkedIn. Is that true or not true? I feel like there's conflicting
Who
thoughts.
told you that?
I don't remember who, but I've heard it as a similar theme just through others online.
If we believe that our LinkedIn profile is a digital advertisement, and if we believe, and hopefully you're starting to believe, that people listen or look at LinkedIn more than your resume. I mean, what's your name?
Mel,
Mel. Mel, how many times have you applied to a job and got a rejection?
unfortunately, more than I'd like.
Exactly. So we now know your resume doesn't get read as much as you'd like, right? But what does get read is your LinkedIn profile. And so if somebody's going to take the time to go on my LinkedIn profile, then they better find what is applicable and or relevant to them. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. Anyway, all I'm saying is what's working with my clients. So if you're getting conflicting advice, I'm going to allow you to figure out which one you want to listen to. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right, I'm going to take more questions in a bit, so I don't want to keep stalling. So remember, third component is a responsibility section. And just to Mel's point, it's okay if the same responsibilities are on your resume that are on your LinkedIn profile, okay? Because again, hiring managers will look at your LinkedIn profile. And in a minute or in a few minutes, we're going to talk about how do we actually land interviews without applying. And LinkedIn plays a big role in that. You could screenshot this. I'm not going through this in depth, but this is just basically what we covered. Okay. All right. Now the last section is the fairy tale ending, right? So we already have the teaser trailer, the action sequence. Now we need the fairy tale ending. Well, what's that? That's your accomplishments. What did you help accomplish? So when you do the audit, one of the things we talked about is not just what you did, how you did it, but then what was the outcome, right? Once we did that audit, then now you know what you should write. So if you're a senior customer success manager, just ask yourself, well, what would my hiring manager care about? You've done this long enough, you know. They care about expansion. They care about retention. They care about like NPS or CSAT scores. Right? If you're hiring manager, if you're going for a program role, well, they care about how big were the budgets. They care about how many times did you deliver a under budget? How many times did you deliver a program under the scope? What was the outcome? It generated this much in revenue, generated this much in cost savings, or whatever. So just ask yourself. And you've already done the audit. That's the best part about this. So you don't have to like figure this out again. You already have it. So now it's like talking about it. And FYI, I'm just talking for some older Indian people. When we're growing up, we are told never to brag, right? Stay humble. And I agree with that. But this is the one place where you're allowed to brag. Just brag, dude. Okay? This is the one place you're allowed to brag. And it's actually welcomed. Any other older Indians or just people in general be told never to brag?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, right? Well, we need to brag a little bit. Okay, we need to remind some people every now and then just how badass we are. And this is the one place you're going to do it, not in your interviews, but here. Okay, so here's an accomplishment section that I wrote for a senior customer success manager. Here's one I wrote for that same chief product officer guy, who's now a chief product officer. So, and I spent like 90 something minutes with him. I got all this from that call, so I just knew what to put in there. Okay. Yes, the job description should be, the accomplishments should be listed under every job. These are from this screenshot is from his LinkedIn profile, and he has this under every job. Okay.
Gaurav,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know you said you'll take questions later, but because it's like particularly about here, but the last section was also under every job. So what's the difference between the last one and this one?
You want responsibilities under every job, and you want accomplishments under every job.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
You see this corner? Yeah. So does that make sense?
100%. Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So yeah, because it's just telling the hiring managers that are about to look at your LinkedIn profile in a second what you did. And why does it matter? Okay. And I just felt the need to say this. Can we just end this shit? People ask me, I get messages about this all the time. Should I add this? Should I add this? I've been told by people that it makes me look desperate. Who thinks that? Or who's been told that? It makes me look desperate. When you see a job posting online, is that company desperate, or are they just telling you their current situation? I know it's a rhetorical question, but someone can answer it. Okay, because you guys know the answer, right? That company who posts a job posting is not desperate at all. You're not desperate. You're just telling the world your current situation. And FYI, most hiring managers know how shitty this job market's been for the last what seems like a gazillion years today, I bet. And they know like people are laid off, dude. I mean, heck, if Amazon's laying people off, that doesn't make those people desperate. So whoever suggests that it makes you look desperate, Mel, if somebody said this to you, the same person who told you about that resume thing, you could just say whatever you want to say in this little blank, okay? All right, so now that we've done that, if you've done your LinkedIn profile in this way, all right, I'm going through it real quick. We got the teaser trailer, we got the trailer, we got the action sequence, and then we got our fairy tale ending. Your resume is basically done. So your resume should be 95% of what's on your LinkedIn. They need to mirror each other. At least that's what works for my clients, okay? The only difference is that you're gonna obviously add these things. So just have these things, and I'll tell you why in a second. Just please don't put your full address out there. There's weirdos out there. But then secondly, just change, instead of putting your city, or you could put your city if you want, but make sure you have a zip code. And I'll tell you why that matters in a second. But this is how you need, just think of that, okay? Hold that thought. What your resume shouldn't have, unless you're some super duper creative marketing person, but even then, charts, graphs, especially not those self ratings where you're like, I'm a 4 out of 5 with this, and I'm a 5 out of 5 with that. It's like, yeah, okay. Okay, we don't want any of that. Just remember something. Simple scales, fancy fails. Simple scales, fancy fails. Your resume is going to look boring, and the most boring resumes actually are the ones that convert. Okay, and just in case you're wondering, look at that. Anish just asked this. Boom, 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 okay? FYI though, I do have some clients, their resumes go to 4 pages and not once has it ever mattered. Okay, but if this helps you sleep better at night, here you go. All right, now.
I have a question.
I'm gonna have you hold that.
Okay.
Okay, so remember how I said the zip code thing? Okay, I'm gonna bring that up in 1 minute, and then the other thing is keywords. Now, the reason I have you guys study 15 to 25 job descriptions is because from that, you will see the commonly asked responsibilities. Therefore, there's commonly asked keywords. And just like websites rank based on SEO, resumes rank based on keyword optimization. And that's why on job boards, they, you know how they say the best place to hide a dead body is just on page 2 of a Google search because no one looks there. It's the same thing with your resume. When you post your resume on job boards, the better keyword optimized it is, the higher it ranks. And so if you want to know how do you do that, you can use ChatGPT. My clients also use this tool. Now, I'm not sponsored by this company, FYI, and I'm going to give you something to just think about. This company is a company, and companies need to make money, and they're going to give you a low score, okay, so that you buy their little services. But we've tested this for over 300,000 resumes now. If you get a 70 or even 75%, like 75% or even 70%, you're good. You're completely good. Don't believe the thing where they're going to say, well, oh my God, you should sign up for our like tailored resume service thing now. Don't do that. Okay. But you can do the same thing in ChatGPT. You can say, here are the job descriptions I'm looking at. Is my resume keyword optimized? What keywords am I missing? This thing is cool. Gives you 5 of them, 5 free searches, and then you'll tell you. So again, if you hit 70, 75%, you're all good. Okay. Now, this is something silly, super tactical, but I think it's helpful. Anybody ever been to Zillow or Redfin? Yes. Do you notice on Zillow question when it says something like, this home has been listed for 75,000 days, right? This home has been on the market for 100,000 days. And the longer the home's been on the market, the more we think like, ew, did somebody die in there? What's wrong with this home? Right? This is disgusting. If it's no one's buying it, what if the person just sucks at marketing their resume, or sorry, their home? What about that? Right? No one thinks that. Well, recruiters are just as silly. They go onto these job boards, and on these job boards, they will see John Smith's resume has been on the market or has been here for the last 75 days, for the last 100-something days, for the last 300 days. And when they do that, they start thinking, what's wrong with this guy? So the reason I asked you to put a zip code here is because if you're posting your resume on job boards, if you just go in every single Sunday and you just change the zip code, it'll not show how long your resume has been uploaded. It'll just say when it was updated. And then like recruiter has no idea you've been on the market for 1 day or 100,000 days. Just food for thought, okay? And then we'll take a break in a second. These are your action items for section 2. So section 1 was the audit. Section 2 of the strategy is your resume and LinkedIn profile. Cool? And that's what we're covering next. I'm going to stop sharing for a second and we can take a break. And then anyone have questions?
Going back to the years of experience. I have 18 years of experience with the financial services company, but I also want to show that I also have manufacturing experience, which goes beyond the 15 years. Is that okay?
Yeah, if it's relevant to what you're targeting. And all you have to just do is just say previous experience includes this, this, and this.
Okay.
That's it. Remember, your most recent experience is likely your most relevant experience. Okay? So even that guy Dane that I showed, or his name, I didn't tell you his name, but his name is Dane, the VP of product now, who's now a chief product officer. He had 21 years of experience. We only went back 15. Why? Because it's the most relevant. I'll take one more question, then we can pause. We'll come back in 5 minutes. Terry, you had your hand up.
Quick question.
Hold on, I'm gonna go with Terry. I think she had her hand up first.
I actually just don't know how to take it down, but thank you for asking
no
me.
Okay, it's all good. Garvita, you can go next.
How about a picture on the resume?
No,
Is that needed, not needed, recommended, not recommended?
not needed.
Not needed. And when it comes to changing the zip code, the one that you mentioned, like what do you mean changing the zip code? I live in the same place.
Does your city have more than one zip code?
No, not really.
Yep. No, it does. Look at how many zip codes are in your city. Who lives
City
in?
will have one. Maybe there's going to be neighboring cities.
Just change your zip code. That's fine.
Maybe you can add or subtract the 4 digits at the end of the 5-digit zip code. Would that work too?
No, just make sure it's just a zip code. And the reason is because in every one of these job boards that recruiters use, they have the option to choose city or zip code, and some of them just have the option to just choose zip code. And what they do is they'll put a zip code in, even if it's for remote roles. Even if it's remote roles, they still go in by location, put in a zip code, and then they just choose a massive circumference around that zip code. But again, the longer your resume is on these job boards, even if it's keyword optimized, it'll start ranking lower and lower. But the second you update something like a zip code, or if you're like Garvita who lives in a city with only one zip code, then you would just change, like take out one period from a bullet.
So if the zip code is 1 and then a few weeks later you update the zip code and then you can go back to your original zip code?
You can do that too, yeah.
I do that every week. Sorry. Every week I do that. Yep.
Awesome. I did not know we were going to talk about zip codes for this long.
Just quick. Just in your edit info in your very beginning of your profile. just go in there and where you have your city, state, and zip code is, I just go in and change it every week.
Nice.
So thank God, that's your suggestion. Appreciate it.
But you're not changing it on your resume, right?
No, it's on the LinkedIn
You are
profile.
changing it on your resume. That's where you're going to change it because your resume is posted on job boards.
Okay. Thanks.
Does that make sense?
Can I
Is
ask
this
one
making
more
sense?
zip
Because
code?
I swear to God, I've done this like for 15 years. I've never had this many questions about zip codes.
I have
Did
one
I
more
not
zip
make
code.
sense?
I have one zip code question. I'm so sorry.
Oh my God.
No,
Where
but I'm
is my
wondering, I
gun?
live in a remote area because
Hmm.
I was working remotely. So, but I have like big city girl experience. So do I need to put big city zip codes on?
I think you need to put big city girl experience on your resume profile, okay? No, I'm kidding. Just put one city, dude. It's okay. It's okay. Are you looking for remote roles?
I am. I'm hoping, but I'm willing to relocate.
Okay. So just put the city of a big, like a zip code of a big city, if that helps.
Okay.
Is this helping? I seriously feel like I'm sucking right now because I don't know what the hell's happening. If your resume is posted on like Indeed, he is suggesting. Oh, okay. Do we change the resume that I uploaded? Just change the zip code. And if it requires you to change your upload it, then you got that. Can I respectfully ask that we ask no more zip code related questions? Would that be cool or no? Appreciate you guys. Very much appreciate you guys. Okay, I'm gonna give a 3-minute break. Think about your zip code questions. Come back. We'll cover it all, and then we're gonna talk about how we're gonna land interviews without applying. Cool? Hey, are you guys having fun so far?
So long as we cover area codes as well, girl.
Oh, area codes. I love it. Who said that? All right.
Corey, yeah.
I love it, you guys. All right, I'll be back because I have to pee, okay? I don't know about you guys and your bladder systems, but I'll be back. Anyone there with me?
Purple.
We're about to go into how do we land interviews without applying. and that comes from messaging people. And people always ask me like, well, where did you learn this messaging thing? And it's a really sad story, which is funny now. And so while we're waiting for people to come back from their break, I'll just tell you, whoever is here, I'll tell you the story. So remember when I told you I was starting a company, I had never made more money than $46,000. Then I met my wife, and then she was making more money than me as a teacher. Remember that? And how I said that was the most depressing time of my life, and now we're going to joke about it. So
Yes.
I was sitting at a coffee shop one day, like lowest point of my life, okay? My business, TrueBridge, had not made any money at this point. And I was like, dude, we raised $1 million to start the ding thing. We had lost 700 something thousand of it. And I was like, oh my God, this is just horrendous. Black dot, right? I couldn't see the black dot. And I was sitting next to a friend of mine at this coffee shop, and he worked at SpaceX. And he got up to go to the bathroom. And when he got up, I took his laptop and I went into his company directory and I stole Elon Musk's email address. And by the way, I didn't even need to steal it. It was Elon at SpaceX. So dumb. And so that night, I never told him this until later. I went and messaged Elon Musk. And in that message, I said, hey, I know you're an entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur. I just started this staffing agency. We work with a lot of big brands, which we didn't. And I was like, I know you have a lot of openings. I know you use staffing agencies. I'd love to work with you and support you on some of these roles. Now, back then, I don't know if this still, I don't use Outlook anymore, but back then I used Outlook. And you know how those things you had a read receipt, like it pops up and it says like, so 4 days later, I got the read receipt and it said, Elon read your email. And I was like, oh my God, greatest day of my life, right? And he didn't respond. And so I gave it another day and gave it another day. He didn't respond. So then like a few days later, I sent him a message saying, hey, just in case this got buried in your inbox, same old nonsense. And then he like multiple days went by, he didn't read that. And then I sent him another follow-up and I was like, hey, just in case this didn't get, whatever. And he didn't read that. I did this for 76 messages. Because in my mind, I thought I got nothing to lose, dude, right? Unless he puts a restraining order on me, I'm just going to go. And on the 77th email, he forwards it to his director of human resources. And I get an email from that guy. And that guy says, let's have a meeting. And I see what Elon Musk said in that thread. And he said, talk to this guy. He doesn't seem to go away. So I get to this freaking meeting, okay? I remember this. Remember, I didn't have money at this point. I wore a suit and I wore my dad's suit. I'm 5'9", my dad is 6'1", just FYI, okay? So I go into this meeting wearing this overly sized suit. It may as well have been one of those clown suits that had like, those flowers that squirt water in your face. It looked like that. I didn't have a flower. And so I go to this meeting. He gives me the business. He doesn't care because for them, what's one more like staffing vendor, right? They don't pay you until you fill it. And of course, he gives me the hardest freaking positions to fill. Anyway, he goes, so this meeting is around ending. It's around 11:45. And he goes, I asked him, I was like, hey, is Elon Musk in the office? Because he would split his time between SpaceX and Tesla. And he's like, yeah, he's here this week. And I just said, oh, can I go say hi to him? Like fully not knowing that's a stupid question. And he looks at me like, no, his calendar gets booked up months in advance. There's a very rigorous process, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Well, can I still say hi to him? Because I think it might be funny for him to know that I sent him 76 emails and I'm here now. And I was so dead serious, not really realizing how ignorant I am. And then I think he looked at me like, dude, I think you're really dumb. But because you're so dumb, maybe. So he's like, look, we'll walk past his office on the way out. And if he's there, you can say hi to him. And I was like, awesome. So we start walking to the office, right? Towards Elon's office. And then like you could see rockets being built there. And he stops me midway through and he goes, hey, listen, if he's there and we say hi, you cannot fan out. You know what that means? Like you can't get overly excited. That's what he told me. He's like, he has no tolerance for that. And I like did my tie thing. I was like, no, of course not. I'd be very professional. And I'm like, he's like, okay. So then we go. And now it's around 11:50. Dude, Elon's eating a freaking sandwich in his office. And so this director of HR, his name was Alejandro, knocks on the door and he says, hey, Elon, this is Gaurav Balani. He's with TrueBridge Resources. He's going to be working on whatever positions. And the first thing that came out of my mouth, you guys, was, I was like, oh my God, I'm such a big fan of yours. And I completely forgot where I was for a second and who I was and what I was trying to, and completely forgot what this guy said. And then he goes, oh, so then the second thing I said was like, I was like, oh, fuck. So first I said the thing I wasn't supposed to say. Then I said, fuck. And now my armpits are sweating. I kid you not, like there could have been a puddle underneath me. And then this guy, I looked at him and he's going like this, like, you know, basically saying, I just literally told you not to do the thing and you did the thing like a minute ago. And like, we're both feeling so dumb. And Elon Musk says, hey man, listen, he said that. He's like, hey man, listen, I have 9 minutes before my next meeting. Do you want a cup of coffee? And I said, yeah. And so he gives me a coffee and then he sits me down. And before I could even take a sip, he goes, so how are you going to find all your candidates? And how much did you charge us? Well, why'd you come up with that rate? Oh, do you do reference checks? Yeah. What are you asking the reference check? Like he's just bombarding me with these questions. And I still have not sipped my coffee. And then he takes the coffee out of my hand and he's like, great, thank you. If this works out, I'll give you Tesla and Solar City. Fair enough. And I was like, yeah, you know, and that parking lot, I went to the parking lot and the parking structure. I called my team and I said, dude, we got to go big or forget it. You know, like these people, if they're going to say yes to us, who's not to say Disney wouldn't say yes and this wouldn't say yes and this wouldn't say yes. That's how we ended up finding North Island. And that company is the one that helped us scale. And then that's the company that ended up buying my company for like $11 million back. It wasn't just like 11 for me. It was like there's 7 of us, but and after taxes, it was like 2 cents. But so my point is like, if there's any of you who are worried about what we're about to teach and like, oh my God, should I message this guy? And you see, it's like, who cares, dude? Right? Who cares? Because if he says no, what changed? What changed, Lori? Nothing, right? But if he says yes or she says yes, everything changes. Awesome. All right. Now we're talking about, wait, we got our zip code thing done? Are we good or what? Yeah?
Are we still talking about this?
I think I really want to tell you something that I received a message from someone who attended the same workshop, but in the morning, like she's a friend of mine. And she literally, while we're talking about zip codes, she said like, hey, I just changed my zip code. Like,
oh, that's tight.
The big topic today.
I love that. Look at us. All right. We're going to do an exercise here. For those of you who are bold, we're about to get you some interviews. I've had people in this workshop get interviews from the second that we're about to do this exercise. So think about what we've done now. We know what role we're going after. We know it speaks to us. We know it pays us well. We know it's going to move the needle. Why? Because we did the career audit. For those of you who end up working with me, I will have done this for you. Then we've written the resume. Then we've written the LinkedIn profile to speak to that role, right? Now, just like Mel said, we don't want to sit there and apply to a bunch of jobs because we know what that results to. So why not just actually get in front of the decision maker, right? In school, they always tell us don't cut in line, but in real life, we should cut in line all day long so long as we're doing it ethically. And this is the ethical way to do that. Oh, by the way, if for those of you, because I know some of you will drop, if you want to consider coaching and you want to work with me or think about working with me or want to know if I'm the real deal, this is where you'll message me. info@CareerSprout, just message coaching, okay? That's for you. You'll see what that looks like later, but I just wanted to say this. All right. What's the objective when we actually message people, right? If we're landing interviews without applying, then what's the actual objective? We want to get in front of executives, hiring managers, recruiters, and cross-functional stakeholders, right? That's the objective. Why? Because these are the only people that can move the needle. The name of the game in the job search is not how many jobs can I apply to per day. It's how many conversations can I get started per week. Second objective, once we find them, so this is getting in front of them. Once we find them, we want to tell them how we can help them do that job that they're looking to fill. The LinkedIn profile is really important because if they go to your LinkedIn profile and they don't see what they need to see, they'll leave in seconds. Okay. And then the next thing is we know who we want to get in front of. We got in front of them. Now we want to send them the right type of message. And I'm going to show you a bunch of wrong type of messages in a second, but we're going to talk about the right messages first. Okay. How do we do that? So in total, inside my program, there's 6 specific ways we land interviews. 1 to 3 interviews per week are what my clients are averaging right now in this market, using 6. I'm going to show you the 3 most effective ones, okay? Because the others take a minute. This is the most effective way to do this. If you'd like, I can stop sharing my screen and go to LinkedIn and do this with you. You want to do it?
Yes.
Or is this good enough?
I like to the actual demo.
Let's do it. Let's do the demo. And while I'm doing the demo, you guys should do the demo because one of you is about to get an interview right now. All right, let me just share my screen. Remember, if you're not posting something from what you're learning, you can't win that seat or the free coaching sessions. All right, so here we go. So what you're going to do, and again, you can screenshot the other thing in a second. You're just going to come up here. Oh, man, someone says someone's joining. Tardy. All right, we're here, right? So all we're going to do is just type in, let's say you're a customer success manager, right? Customer success manager and hiring. Was this, any questions on this? No? Okay. Boom. Hit enter. Oh my God. Gracie is hiring, girl. We just found one. Aaron, holy cow. Vivek, holy cow. Right? Look at this. These are people that are literally saying they are hiring. So we found our person, didn't we? Now we're going to message them. You can do this for literally anything. Project manager and hiring. That'd be cool if Gracie showed. Oh, Dan. Okay. Now I'm not saying all of these are going to be the right job. You have to obviously put your detective hat on and make sure it's the right fit and all the things, but you have a lot of things you can do. And then if you really want, you can filter by posts. You can filter by people. You can filter like by a lot of different things, but this is, I'm just giving you high level. So that is kind of like what is working. Sorry, not what's working, but that is actually working. But that's this approach right here. Okay, so you type in customer success and hiring or whatever your title is and hiring. Then you can filter by people or posts. This is the most direct approach. Now, after you've found them, you're going to connect with them. In the connection request, you can just put, looking forward to connecting with you here, Angela. Yes, that is super simple and basic, huh? But it works. Why? Because simple scales, fancy fails. This is just the connection request. Looking forward to connecting with you here, name. Now, once they accept, you're going to send a message like this. I was researching, Spotify's director of CS role to search for somebody, say whatever, who's built and led CS teams caught my attention over the past 10 years. I have. Boom, 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 boom. If you think my background might be a fit, do you know who I should reach out to? Now, FYI, you see how it says, do you know who I should reach out to, even though we're reaching out to the person who said the thing? Whoever has been in venture capital knows this, what I'm about to say. In venture capital, there's a saying that if you ask someone for advice, you end up getting money. But if you ask someone for money, you end up getting advice. So if we say, can I chat with you? Sometimes they'll just say no, which is weird actually. But when you say, do you know who I should reach out to? For some weird psychological reason, they'll just be like, no, it's me, or it's John Smith. So and again, I'm testing, we've tested hundreds and hundreds of thousands of these. This is just what happens to work each time. Not each time, but over 25% of the time. It's just this. So I find the job doing this, right? I look, then I find, then boom. Then I send this once they accept. I had a client, David. This is David Fenn, y'all. Look at that. Google cold outreach, DoorDash outreach referral. This is just really easy.
Hey, Gaurav, I have a question.
Mhm.
When you send like a direct connection request, why not just get to the point and say, hey, I'd love to connect with you here. I saw your post you're hiring. I've done XYZ, rather than kind of playing the waiting game until they connect with you.
Yeah. That's a great question, by the way. Couple things. One, not everyone has LinkedIn Premium. So if you don't have Premium, my clients all know to have Premium, by the way. But if you don't, then you have to connect with them, right? The other thing too is I'm not just messaging one person. I'm messaging a bunch of people, right? So the second they accept my connection request, their network becomes my network. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And that is very powerful, because then you'll start seeing other people that are, so LinkedIn has this policy. I don't know if you've seen it, but if you message or connect with too many third-degree people, they will view that as spamming. And when they view that as spamming and they flag it, then you actually can have your account temporarily banned. This has happened to some of the biggest creators in the world. So I'd rather send if it's a second-degree connection, it's even better. But then once he becomes my first degree, like his connections become mine, and then they don't view that as spamming anymore. So that's another reason. But if you have Premium and you know for sure this guy or girl is the hiring manager, just message them.
Okay.
Right? And then I would just message them with this. But my clients do this because they know we're playing kind of the broader game, meaning if I connect with one and they accept, now I get more connection requests. So this is kind of how David did this. So that's the direct method. The second method is a little bit of a workaround, but it's because not everyone's going to post, hey, I'm hiring kind of thing. So the second one is this. Funny thing is, this girl, she's my ex-client, got this way. She's actually there right now. So the second way is, if I see a job posting, let's just say on any job board, right? I'm going to go to the company profile on LinkedIn. So I will see the job on Indeed. I realize, oh my God, it's at SiriusXM. I will go to SiriusXM's company page on LinkedIn. I will click on people, okay? After I do that, I'm going to take an aspect of that job description and just put it in here. So like on the job description, it will say this role reports into this team, or this role supports this team, or you will be working closely with the checkout team, or whatever it is, right? So this role specifically was around growth. You would be supporting the growth team right there. So all I did was put in growth. And the second I did that, I found everyone who is at SiriusXM right now that works on that team. Now, this is really cool for a couple reasons, right? They're incentivized to actually make sure that they hire the right person on their team. Like literally, they don't want to work with somebody they won't like. And then the second thing is, some companies give referral bonuses. So they're incentivized in the second way too. And so I will go and find people on the growth team. This is exactly what my clients do. They literally will find people on that team and then start sending them connection requests, right? And so once they get the connection request, they go right back to this kind of message. And then usually people will say, yeah, let's hop on a call. That call is not an interview. It's what we call an exploratory call. I've done a LinkedIn Live on that in the past. It's not covered here. I can share it later if you'd like. But this is really cool. And it works really well, because now if Natalie, Bailey, Ian, they all start talking to you and they like you, you've actually built internal advocates. So this was like when I did the workshop in December, but I had a client named Janae have this work like really fast. And here's another cheat sheet for you to save before we go on. When you message them, remember this template I shared with you guys right here? This template, you can use this cheat sheet to create it. You guys want to save that for a second?
Can I ask a question?
Hmm?
So I've used this process over and over again. Just again, finding short to the point bullet points. Isn't the market just based on marketing conditions right now? I feel like the market is just getting overloaded with these kind of requests because I mean, this is just my personal experience. I think others that I've spoken to that are looking for new jobs have said the same thing. They're doing outreach. They're making it short to the point to all the right people and just getting nowhere with it.
Can
So
I
just-
answer that in a little bit?
Yeah, please.
Let's never rely on people. We don't want the blind leading the blind.
Mm-hmm.
So when people say, I've been doing it, doesn't work. Well, are you doing it right? Is your LinkedIn profile converted? Right? You'll see in a second why it doesn't work. I have that too. And people will say, well, oh my God, I think everyone's doing this. It's like, do you have data? No, because they're not. And even if they are, again, it probably is not converting because they're not saying the right things. The only reason outreach doesn't work is your message sucks, your LinkedIn profile sucks, is it, right? Or the thing you're reaching out about is not even the role that like your LinkedIn profile suggests you should be doing.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah, I'd be curious to see, like you said, you're giving examples on where it doesn't work. So I'm definitely curious to see how that plays out. Just as a side-by-side example.
But my point is, like, when I show you things that are people who are actually making it work, you shouldn't even question it anymore. And I'm saying that respectfully. Like, I literally will do these things and, oh my God, it's like, well, I'm just showing you right now it does. This guy reached out to a director of talent acquisition at Uber. This is my client, reached out to a director of talent acquisition at Uber. This happened. Look at this picture, okay? See his picture right here? He ends up getting a job offer. Does this make sense? Does this make you feel like I should at least try it?
Yeah.
Yes?
No, definitely. Like I said, thank you. This is definitely very helpful. Like I said, just curious to hear your perspective. So thank you for that.
So I just know there's right ways of doing things, wrong ways of doing things, and more often than not, people are not always doing it the right way, which then gets them to, they jump to conclusions and then they'll start spreading it like, oh my God, it doesn't work. It's like, okay, well then what is the alternative? I'll just go back to applying, right? What's the alternative? Applying. And where does that lead to?
Zero.
Quick question, comment, if I may.
Sure.
So I've been utilizing this strategy for some time and have had a great deal of luck with it. I've been doing direct emails instead of LinkedIn. So my outreach is typically follows the same format that you're doing. However, I'm finding their email addresses once I find the appropriate people via LinkedIn. And I've had substantial luck with outreach via direct emails versus LinkedIn. What are your thoughts on that? And then I'm closing the loop on LinkedIn and doing the great to connect with you here. And if I get acceptance on LinkedIn, then I will simultaneously do additional but shorter outreach via LinkedIn. You know, is that an efficient use of time? Is it whatever works? Thoughts?
Is it working?
It's the emails are working incredible. I mean, I've gotten.
Hold on. The answer is it's working, right?
It's working.
So then, is it efficient use of your time?
I would say so. I guess it's just comparing one versus the other, the email outreach versus the LinkedIn outreach. Like,
what is the goal? The goal is to have as many conversations as I can per week, right? Whether you're getting that through email, whether you're getting that through LinkedIn, it doesn't really matter as long as it's working.
Understood.
Right?
Yep.
you're not wrong. I have some clients who do the same thing. They just get better luck on LinkedIn than they do on email. But then I've had other clients they just skip the LinkedIn because they're thinking what Lauren was thinking, which maybe they're getting bombarded on LinkedIn, but they're not getting bombarded on email. And just FYI, I think Brittany asked this or someone asked this. Once someone accepts your connection request, just go to their profile page, and then on their header section, it just straight up says contact info. You click contact info and it'll have their email. Okay. And if Elon Musk meets with me after 78, I'm sure you're going to get an interview well before that. Okay. Now here's something crazy. People wonder, this is why I asked you, like, we don't have to be scared just because someone's a C-suite person. I had a client who freaking worked at Chipotle as a senior financial analyst named Mehul. See, that's his name right here, Mehul. And he just decided to just go for the Hail Mary, and he reached out to the CFO at Qdoba. And look at what he said. Thanks for reaching out. I'd love to have a more proper introduction if you're up for it. Why? What do you think Leviathan, how do I say that? Leviathan?
Leviathan.
Leviathan. Oh
Possibly.
my God. Embarrassing. What do you think Leviathan did once he saw Mehul's message? What do you think the first thing he did was?
Look at his LinkedIn.
Exactly. Which is why that matters. If a CFO will say yes, if Elon will kind of say yes, even though he forwarded it, I'm sure you will get a yes. If this guy said a yes, if these guys said a yes, right? Like, people will say yes. All right, here's another cheat sheet. Just want to save it. Just do this one later because you're going to set this up. This is really cool because once you bookmark this thing, God, you'll see this on a daily. Cool? And look how fast it happens. 17 days from networking email to official offer. Now, it's not that fast all the time. Don't expect this. I'm just saying it can happen fast. Does this inspire you guys or scare you guys? Can you just, I don't know if I'm putting you to sleep here.
I think a bit of both.
Yeah. What's the part that's not inspiring?
I think rejection from the cold outreach.
Okay,
Or
that's a
lack
good
of
one. Huh?
or lack of response from cold outreach, because I had the opposite of what the last guy mentioned. It hasn't been working. I've been finding their emails and reaching out on LinkedIn, and they just don't respond, but I know they're getting bombarded or they're busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I just respond to that? I mean, persistency is key. I would say 100%. Like, I'm getting response rates around 20% in terms of the outreach I'm doing. I've gotten over 20 interviews, and I would have absolutely zero from just straight applies had all I've been doing was applications.
And I think I want to participate too for something on the kind of like the positive side of things. I almost never apply. Not almost. I actually never apply. Will not spray and pray, at least for another 3 months in my journey. And I eat a lot of cheesecake. A lot of cheesecake. But I do think that are very similar to what Gaurav was saying here, with a lot of cheesecake, and I see a lot of return. So I imagine if I didn't even eat the cheesecake, how much muscle I'll get in. So yeah, I'm a big believer in what you're saying, Gaurav. And this is my second time I see him after the LinkedIn event. So I don't know you, but I'm just saying that I'm a big believer. My professional journey is not in the US, all of it. I just moved 10 years ago, and all my jobs that I got, which is total of 2 jobs, I landed them through people reach out.
I love that.
Things that are very similar. And I know this time it will happen too with things that are either without cheesecake. Hopefully I would be disciplined enough. But yeah,
Can we give Heba just a love that moving out here, doing her thing, just going for the damn thing? And just to your point, I don't have your name, but I'm looking at you. People saying, yeah, little bit scared because people don't reply. Who cares? I mean, who cares? Who actually cares? Now, let me ask you, I'll take it one step further. Let's say you sent 35 messages. Let's say you sent 50, okay? And 49 of them said nothing. But then the one person gives you an interview. Once you get that offer and you're in that job and you're crushing it, will you care about the 49 who said no? You won't even think twice about them. And what's funny is maybe one of those 49 will respond to you when they need a job. Right? This is just about doing what we need to do to get the job done. And rejection has nothing to do with who you are as a human being. Could just mean that person on the other end is busy. They might be going through a divorce. They might be getting laid off themselves. Their kid might be sick. They're not thinking about you. So to Randy's point, I always tell my clients this every time we do an outreach training and I'm helping them write their scripts. I'm like literally writing it. I tell them the key to making outreach work is volume, consistency, follow-ups. Volume means 10 to 15 connections per company. They know that. If they ever say, outreach is not working, and I look at their tracker because I make them track everything, and they're like, I sent 3 connection requests, I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work. So volume, consistency, 1 roll a day or at least 3 rolls a week. And then follow-ups. 1 follow-up per week for up to 3 times, not like 77 times like I did. Again, don't do that. And you're good. If you do this correctly and your LinkedIn's optimized, you're going for the right role. That's why I'm doing it in the sequential order of how my clients do it. If you do this correctly, 1 role a day or at least 3 a week, 10 to 15 connections, you will get 1 to 3 interviews per week in this market. I'm just giving you more examples.
Quick question. 10 to 15 per company, or what was it? So in a company, you contact 10 to 15 people.
Connect with 10 to 15 people, yeah. Because I forget her name, but to the point, 7 of them might not even respond. 10 of them might not respond. Volume.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna
one
keep
quick
moving,
question.
guys. Hold on, I'm gonna keep moving. We can't keep doing this.
Can I say something, Gaurav?
Okay, fine.
Can I say?
Gosh.
Can I? One thing.
Hurry up,
So
Niku, hurry up.
whatever you taught here, I have applied and in a real life, and I started sending a lot of message to recruiters, the right recruiter, and I
Mhm.
landed in a loop round. Right now, I'm in loop round with one of the tech companies, and I also secure one contract job also. But I'm applying whatever you are teaching. I have attended couple of sessions with you, and it gave me really, really right context and right word to say. So thank you so much.
I'll send you your $500 referral bonus in a
Gaurav,
minute. Okay? No, I'm just kidding.
As well, I know you don't want to take, but something very similar to what Nito just said. I attended with you a LinkedIn event last week, and I told you this in the personalized message on LinkedIn. And I had a panel interview, and I used one of the tips. I will not say tricks because it was very like honest thing that I'm saying in the interview. One of the tips, and I saw the interviewer's eyes like, oh,
Yeah.
like I swear, it's about like, why do you want to work at this company?
Thank you for you guys, because you're probably helping a lot of people overcome whatever weird belief that they're going through. And FYI just has nothing to do, someone not responding has nothing to do with you. Okay, let's just leave it at that. But congrats, you guys. Seriously,
Thank
congrats.
you.
Give it up for
Thank
Niku, you guys, and Hiba. Okay, we're gonna keep going. So these are just more receipts. Okay, another cheat sheet coming. This is how my clients spend their time. 80% of their time is focused on just hiring managers, recruiters. 15% is where, and this part right here, the 80% also includes like cross-functional stakeholders, like I showed you. 15% of their time is actually reaching out to their network, and then 5%, if that, dude, if that. And this is only just if it helps them sleep at night. You know how people are like, oh my God, if I don't apply, then what if it goes away? And what if I don't get it? It's like, just fine, just apply, do it. But it's not going to work, but just go ahead and do it. I tell them that. If it helps you sleep at night, apply. Okay. All right. We're going to pause because I just showed you what worked. Okay. This is what works. There's 3 very specific ways that work. Now let's kind of talk about what doesn't work. This doesn't work. Why? Because he could have sent that to 10,000 people. His profile is not even relevant to me. His message adds no value. I have no reason to respond. This one. I'm exploring new opportunities in the networking field. If there are any opportunities that align with my skills, it's like, so what are you asking me? Like, you want me to go and look at jobs and find them and share them? And I don't even know you. You don't know my mom. Like, what are we doing? Right? He's asking me to do his job, and he has no value to me, and his profile is not relevant to me, and he could have sent that to 10,000 people. Here's another one. I'm currently seeking new opportunities in operations. Here's my resume. Well, what the fuck you want me to do with that? Take time out of my day and read it and then give you feedback. I don't even know you. You haven't even paid me. You get what I'm saying, guys? People send this stuff, and I'm sure some of you sent this stuff. Other people will say, I'm so excited about this opportunity. I'd love to work here. The hiring manager looks at them like, so what? What have you done that helps me? We're connecting the dots. And I know some of you are staying silent right now because you probably sent these. And I know some of you who have sent these. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it, but okay, because it's being recorded now. But if it wasn't being recorded, I would have went off a little bit in a good way. Okay. If, to Lauren's point, you're doing outreach, okay, look at Prasad said, how do we, I knew Prasad, I was looking exactly at Prasad when I said that. I knew it. He said, how do we undo it? Just go and delete the message, but they probably saw it. Okay, so if it's not working, there's only a few reasons for that. Your profile's not written well, or it could be written well, but you're reaching out to for a wrong type of role, so it doesn't align. Your messages are not written well, or you're not sending enough and you're not following up. To Randy's point, like Randy, I'm sure he got 20 interviews. He didn't send 20 messages. He probably sent way more than 20 messages. Am I right, Randy? Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, Randy's probably.
Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah.
I just checked my sent items. I think I'm up to like 1,200 messages.
Yeah.
All outreach.
So it doesn't, as my point is, volume, consistency, follow-up. But these are the reasons why you won't get responses from stuff like this, okay? These are the worst. Because I've actually responded to these. And I say, I'm doing well. And they're like, great. And I'm like, I don't understand what we just went through.
So I have one quick question on the topic.
Mhm.
If I write like a few product ideas that would make a difference to their organization, would that be categorized under too much? Or is it
Yes.
showing initiative?
Yeah. Imagine if someone messaged you and you're like, hey man, here's what you're doing wrong and here's what you could do better. Right? You'd be like, because it comes across as like, I know a little more than what your company knows without even taking into consideration, do I know what you're working on? Have you tried this? Is this down the pipeline? It's like, we don't want to do that. Just tell them what you did and how it helps them. Okay? This is the one way. This is the other way. And then something like this is the third way. Helpful? Yes, no?
Yes.
Does it, when I say things like this, is it okay that I'm being as direct as I am at times or no?
Please be. I like
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. This is just one more. I'm telling you, this is Randy's kind of example. This happened to a client. He messaged a VP at a gaming company. She got on a call with him for no reason, because she even told him on that call, there's no way I can hire you. You don't have gaming experience. and she asked him, what other roles are you interested in? And he said, this. She freaking introduced him out of nowhere, out of the blue. This is what I mean about there's more people out there who are kind and wanting to help. There's people who want to help and they're kind. I'm going to ignore the ones who are not kind or not helping, and I'm going to just focus on the ones who are. And she introduced him to 2 people. He interviewed with one of those people, didn't get that job. That guy left the company, went to CVS, thought of this guy, my client, and hired him. Right?
Maybe
Like
we should change our names to Gaurav.
no, but the point is, like, there's more generosity out there, but if we only focus on the negative and focus on the fear, we miss out on all the gold that can actually happen in our life. You know, and this woman didn't need to do that. But a lot of these people that I've showed you all these messages, they didn't need to respond. Right? So it's just, my point is, like, don't worry about the negative people or the other, just, that's all. So anyway, the message was the same type of message he's been sending that I've been showing you. All right. We're getting to the point where you're going to start getting interviews. Just as a recap, we got our career audit. We got our M&M store. We know what role to go after. We've written our resume and our LinkedIn profile to speak to that role. We've generated interviews through outreach. Now we're going to get interviews, and you will get interviews if you follow this. Now it's about how do we crush these. Do we need a break? Because this part is extensive. Yes?
Yes.
Let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 12:10 my time.
Hey, Gaurav, one question on outreach.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, people or executives are getting too many outreach requests from everyone. They are from.
Can I stop you?
From a sales guy.
Can I stop you?
Yeah.
How do you know that? Just simple 2-word answer. How do you know that?
Because as part of my job, I send outreach messages. My team sends it. My pre-sale sends it from offshore. Everybody sends it.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm looking for a job. If I have to reach out to somebody, it's the same situation, right? So how do we differentiate? What do we do?
I just showed you. Did that not make sense?
But will that highlight it that you're looking for a job?
Did you see all the results?
I did see the results, but
did you see all the people who just said, oh, it's been working for me?
Yes.
So then what are we questioning?
I'm not sure with people, everybody will seriously look at that outreach message.
Who said everybody's going to look at it?
How many will the people ignore it?
Sandeep, who
Nobody
said everybody's going to look at it?
No, nobody said that. I'm
Exactly.
just
So
feeling it.
you just use the word everyone I know, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
We got to get rid of these words. Because they lead to limiting beliefs, which lead to limiting action, which lead to limited results, which then reinforce your original limited belief.
Okay.
Your LinkedIn profile needs to speak to the role you're going after, which is why we do the audit.
Mm-hmm.
Then your message needs to be thoughtful and needs to connect the dots for the people that you're reaching out to why they should at the very least speak to you. And then I'm going to use volume to my advantage. Because I know not everyone's going to respond. Randy's statistic is actually right. My clients convert worst case 20%, high end 43%. What does that tell you? That means 60% to 80% of people are not even responding.
Okay.
You see? So that's why I'm saying we don't need to think. Yeah,
Okay.
43 is huge, Vishak. I write them. That's what I'm saying. But my point is, like, if I'm showing you, this is the thing that pisses me off. When I show people what's working, then I show you who it's worked for. Then I show you that multiple times. It's a proven system. So we can't just sit there and then question it.
I'm not questioning your system.
I know you're not, but you're starting to question it for yourself. Therefore, once you do that, that's half-assed belief. I'm respectfully saying this to you. And I'm respectfully saying this to anybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I always default back to, what's the alternative? You apply?
I don't know.
That's the point. The alternative is you apply. Bye, Angela. The point is, you're talking about it from your perspective of people reaching out to other people from sales. No one wants to talk to salespeople unless they're ready to buy. Okay? No one. So we can't take an orange and say, but that's what this apple will taste like. This is like, I'm reaching out to an executive or a hiring manager or a recruiter who's literally posted a position that says, I am hiring, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm telling you, here's why we should at least talk, because I've solved the problems you're looking for.
Okay.
All right.
Got it.
Okay.
Quick question.
No more questions, guys. I'm going to keep going because we had a break, okay?
Okay.
I got to keep going. There's a lot to cover here. All right. Now we're at the point where we're going to get interviews. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're not going to go to ChatGPT and we're not going to say, hey, ChatGPT, I have an interview coming up for this role. What questions should I expect? Who's done that? I know people have done that. Yeah. Okay. And then we're not going to say, hey, ChatGPT, tell me what I should say. Because you're asking a robot how to talk to a human. Right?
That's true.
And people wonder, this is the craziest thing to me. People wonder why asking a robot how to talk to a human doesn't result into offers. Humans hire humans. So instead of going through these random things that don't work for anybody and make you sound like everybody, we're going to use something called a consultative approach. Okay? By the way, I'm putting this again for those who are leaving. If you're interested in working with me, I'm in my coaching program, I literally prep with you guys before every single interview. And I'm going to show you something in a second. What I'm about to show you right now is like nowhere near what I could even cover, because interviews have nuances, so many nuances, from the person you're meeting to the questions they might ask you to all the things that are going on in their head, right? On average, I spend about 16 hours preparing for my clients, with my clients, because of these nuances. And I'm going to show you exactly. I knew I shouldn't have shared this, but I'm going to just share it anyway. Watch this. This is a client. I'm going to zoom in a second, who's interviewed at Airbnb. Okay. He got an offer from Airbnb like 2-3 weeks ago. This was what I put together for him, because I know him. I've done the audit. I prep with him. I prep with you guys before an interview ever even comes, just so I can start getting your base level of how good you are or how bad you are or what you need to change or whatever, right? And yes, I do say this is bad, but it's better to have someone just directly tell you what's good or bad versus like whatever. So then I can tell him this is the types of questions she's going to ask, because I've sat in these types of interviews. I've had hundreds of clients, right? 800 and something to be exact. And so then I know what they're going to assess. Then I know what blind spots to avoid, because I've heard Will talk about this. Then there's all these other things. And then look at that. Each interview leads to the next one. So that was just a recruiter. Now I know, okay, you're going to meet with so-and-so, right? The hiring manager. So now I can give you my thoughts on the hiring manager and what she's going to likely ask. ... Right? And then now he goes to the panel. You see how many nuances there are, you guys, to interviewing? It went from recruiter, hiring manager to panel. And each of these people are very different. Program, product, analytics. So they're going to all ask different things. So there's my point in sharing this with you is like, this is the level of detail I do go into with each of my clients, but there's no way I could actually show you how to crush an interview all at once. So everything I'm going to share with you is just more like things I noticed that we need to change and that don't work. The ChatGPT thing was one for sure. Okay. This is what I mean about being consultative. Remember, your job going into an interview is not to come across as a job seeker. It's to understand what their biggest pain points are, so you can position yourself as a solution to those pain points. Let me say that again. You need to understand what their pain points are so that you can position yourself as a solution to those pain points. Consultants get paid so much money. Like think about Bain, McKinsey, Deloitte, etc. Well, why do they get paid so much? Right? They don't come to a company and just say, hey, company, I know you're working on this. We could do that. By the way, it's $1 billion. The company will be like, get out of here. Instead, consultants go into companies and they'll say, hey, Disney, I noticed that you guys are building out your mobile application for all of your water parks and resorts. I'm curious, what's your timeline on getting this done? How many resources do you have allocated to this? Are you considering a build versus buy approach? How much is that going to cost? Okay, cool. And then what happens if you guys don't meet the deadline? How much will that cost? Oh, okay, cool. You see what they're doing? They're extracting pain point after pain point after pain point. And then these consultants will say, hey, cool. Let us go back and see if we can create a solution for you. And then we'll come back if we have one, which they have one. And then they'll come back with their fancy schmancy deck. And they'll say, look, we can actually do this faster. We can do this cheaper. And we have all the resources that you don't even need to hire for. They're on the bench. By the way, it's $1 billion. And then Disney's like, oh, okay, well, here's $1 billion. Why did that happen? And why does that always happen? Because they took the time to understand their pain points first. So in interviews, the mistake that most job seekers make is they'll just come in there and they'll like answer every question. They don't have any context. And these interviews are conversations with another human. And to have a really good conversation with a human is to understand what they're going through, what they need, what are the biggest, like all the initiatives, etc. And what are they doing now, right? So I'm going to talk to you about how do we start getting this to go from an interview to a conversation? Okay, that's the goal. The first thing is something called a bias disruptor. All right, bias disruptors are the best thing you can do. Now, here's how a typical interview will start. Hiring manager or recruiter or whomever is interviewing will come on and they'll say, hi, Jennifer, how are you doing? Jennifer will say, I'm doing well. How about you? And then the hiring manager will say, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Here's how the interview is going to go. First, I'm going to tell you about the role. Then I'll dive into questions. And then I'll save you 1 second at the end for you to ask me all the questions you need to ask. Who's heard that? Right? Already, we've lost the opportunity to make any sort of relationship. That's why it feels like this woman on the left versus this on the right. If I say, I'm doing well, how about you? That gives them the opportunity to take the baton and run. And then they'll just go into a very transactional thing. Agreed? Yes, no? So we're going to ask something called a bias disruptor. What is a bias disruptor? This is something I got taught by psychologists, which is why I'm going to share it with you. Every single person that meets with you before they meet with you is coming in with a preformed conscious or subconscious bias. They've read your thing, they've looked at your picture, they've started making assumptions. And they're going to go like this. Ooh, Jennifer said she built a go-to-market function for this thing. Oh, and she said this. Okay, she better talk about that. She better talk. They're already formulating all these things in their head. So the more that's in here, the less they fail to listen to you if you're not talking about these things. Make sense? So their inability to actually focus on what you're saying is blocked by a bias. So we need to disrupt the bias. And how we do that is making it conversational. So next time you get into an interview and they said, how's your day? You're going to look at their LinkedIn profile. You're going to see how long they've been there. They've either been there for a while or they just started. That's it. They've either been there for a while or they just started. And next time you're going to say, my day's going well. Thanks for asking. By the way, when I was prepping for this interview, I looked at your LinkedIn profile. I noticed you've been with Airbnb for 7 years. What's kept you there that long? Or I noticed you just joined Airbnb after spending 10 years at Google. What's kept you there or what made you join this company? And the secret is a line I just forgot is, by the way, I don't know if we have time for this. Okay, so I would say, my day's going well. Thank you for asking, Jennifer. By the way, I don't even know if we have time for this, but I had a chance to look at your LinkedIn profile when I was prepping for this interview, and I noticed you've been with Airbnb for 7 years. I'm curious, like, what's kept you there for that long? The second you say, I don't know, we have time for this, they'll create time for this. Okay? All right. That's the bias disruptor, because now what's going to happen is they're going to straight up be like, oh, well, let me tell you, blah, 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 oh, blah, 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 blah. I want you to listen, but even if you didn't listen, you still accomplished the same thing. Now they feel like they're having a conversation with a friend. Look at this. He answered he should say my bias disruptor with a fascinating response and said it was a good question. I like to give you receipts so that way you realize it's actually working, okay? Now it feels friendly because my mom said no one cares about how much you know until they know about how much you care. This is one subtle way of showing them how much you care. Most people don't ask this. Okay, and the only time we deviate from this question is there's something else that you have in common. Like, yeah, oh, by the way, you went to Wharton, I also went there. What was it like when you were there? Whatever, that's it. But the safe choice is the one I just shared, just either how long they've been there or how recently they joined. That's it. Does this make sense? Bias disruptor. Yeah?
Gaurav, I have an experience. I actually tried to do that, but instead they kind of controlled the conversation and said, let's hold the question till the end. And I want to get into the interview. And then they went into, drive it and say, question one, it's like playing ping pong. So how do you address that when
you read the room and just move on? Can I ask you a question? Was the person that you met with an engineer or a technical person?
They're a technical person,
Yeah.
yes.
Done. When it's a technical person or an engineer or someone who's an Indian, they're not going to really want to do this.
But they're a hiring manager.
Yeah, but they're not going to want to do this because they're trained to be so black and white, so Airbnb. Dude, I'm telling you, and I'm saying this as an Indian who has a lot of Indian clients, who has a lot of Indian uncles, has a lot of Indian friends. We are not taught how to actually build rapport with people. Engineering people, technical people, especially people who are second generation, are not taught how to build rapport with people. Prasad is the same guy who said, how do I delete my outreach messages? I'm not even hating on him. He just knows that's the truth.
So basically say thank you for your time after about 15 minutes and just exit. If they can't build rapport with you, it's not meant to be.
No, just because you don't build rapport with them, this is where the peer rounds matter. Because now you still get to build rapport with them, right? If you should never think because he's this way or she's this way that now I'm not going to build rapport. They just don't know how to build rapport. It doesn't mean you can't get hired. My point is you have to read the room. If you get something like this, if you ask something like this and they give you what you just said, just say thank you, no problem. I'll hold it till the end, right? But if you do get somebody who's down to talk about it, this is what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So just read the room and it's like, that's no worries. Say, okay, yeah, sure.
Okay.
But that's why I asked you if it was a technical person. That's always
Most of the hiring managers have really like 20 plus years with technical background. And I guess that's why I'm still searching.
Yeah. There's little ways to build rapport. Remember the nuances I just showed you from that document?
Mm-hmm.
The peer round is the best round because if the hiring manager's on the fence, but the peers love you, who do you think the hiring manager's going to pick? Yeah, right?
The peers who loves you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you don't just go and be like, forget it, let me leave. It's like, no, I'll just crush the next one. And I'll just give this guy what he wants because he's a technical Indian uncle guy who just wants all the black and white answers. I'll just give it to him.
But if they're the first person you talk to, right, and you haven't built rapport, how can you advance on to the next level with the peers?
Because they're still assessing, can you do the job?
Okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think what happens, FYI, this is what I'm saying, interviews are nuanced. This is why I prep with you guys a bunch before you even go on an interview, because I need to fix your mindset. Because people think two things. If this guy doesn't smile at me, I must be saying something wrong. Versus maybe he just has a resting bitch face. Versus maybe he just doesn't know how to build rapport. Maybe he just doesn't know how to be warm. But in the back of their mind, they're probably still thinking, can she do this job? Has she done it? Does she understand? Cool. They just don't know like how to show it the way other people do. That's one thing. And then the other thing is people think I have 30 minutes. So let me rush through my answers.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Anyone else here think that? Who, show of hands, who thinks, oh my God, I have 30 minutes. I got to rush through my answers. Corey, Elvira, Brittany. Okay. And I'll say something now. Please keep in mind, you guys, I'm literally, I'm going to show you my face. Okay. I'm going to show you my face when I'm saying this stuff. Okay. Look, I listen to interviews. I have my clients. I don't even say this publicly, but now I'm starting to not care. I have my clients record their interviews with or without permission from the other side. I don't care. Right? Send it to me. I'll never share it publicly. And I listen to it. I hear what you're saying. I hear how you're saying it. I hear what's landing. I hear what's not landing. I've listened to over 2,000 something interviews, guys. That's a lot of my time. And when I listen, I have these notes, like, this is what you said. That was great. This is what you said. Like, I just sit there and I just write it down. And to me, it's fun because I get to eat like popcorn and just do my thing, right? Let me tell you something. Actually, let me ask you something. Calvin, if you went on an interview that was 30 minutes and you knew the hiring manager had probably 5 to 6 questions he or she wanted to ask you, but you only got to 2, but those 2 were phenomenal answers. And then the rest of the time you guys talked about that. Do you think you just get declined? Or do you think you get moved forward to the next round?
It's all about a feeling, isn't it? Like you build some rapport, you give them enough to feel like you're in the next round. You're really just in it to survive to the next phase. And
so
then
you move forward, right?
Yeah.
Who else? How many of you have been hiring managers, interviewed somebody, didn't get through all your questions, but the 2 or 3 questions he or she answered were phenomenal and you moved them forward? Your job is not to look at the time. That's their job. Your job is not to look at the time. That is their job. Okay? If you give 2 quality freaking answers, they're not going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe Amy didn't even. No, they're going to be like, this was sick. Let's move her forward. And then we'll have the other people ask those questions. Right? That's what happens. And then the first thing is, if you're meeting with me and I have a resting bitch face, you still just show up as your best self. And we're going to talk about how we're going to show up as our best self in a second, because so much of interviews is not even what you say, how you say it, it's how you freaking feel as you're doing it. Right? And you'll see why. It's backed by science. Okay, I'm going to go back to my thing, but I don't want you worrying about your job, and I don't want you worrying about this technical person, Indian uncle guy who doesn't know how to smile. Okay?
God, I want to share my experience.
Who's talking?
Mamta.
Is it going to be a long one?
No, it's a short one.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had interview last week and I saw your session about like interview with the hiring manager and the bias disruption question. I asked, so my interview was not like an interview. It was like a friendly conversation I had with the hiring manager, and she only asked me one question and she moved me forward. So I had my second round yesterday. It went same. No questions. It was a friendly conversation. It didn't felt like an interview. With both of us, we were like asking questions to each other and about the experiences and everything we did. So it was like fantastic session you provided last week. So
I love it. Thank you. I'm not paying any of these people, you guys. Okay?
I like
No, I'm going to keep going. I don't want no more right now.
30 seconds. Just the assumption, like sometimes, like I did also an interview at a telecom company, and I had zero energy or zero chemistry with the hiring manager. And thanks to the universe, I didn't take my assumption and turn it into a behavior during the interview. And actually, he progressed me to the next level. So.
Okay. So are you saying my stuff works, or are you saying my stuff doesn't work?
I say that it works.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Okay. Just making sure. All right. We got the first question. All right. You guys, bias disruptor. Second question. Now they're going to say something like this. Well, Brittany, let me tell you a little bit about the role. Blah, 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 blah. How about you? Tell me a little bit about you. Why are you here? Tell me about your story. Tell me, all the things. Okay. This is called the ethical cheat sheet. This is where a lot of people fail. To tell me about yourself. Because they talk about everything. They don't read the room. They don't talk about what's relevant. They talk too much. They focus on all the little things they did. And by the time they're done, the hiring manager or the person is like, well, that was exhausting. Right? This is about understanding context. You only need to talk about what is relevant to them. Okay? What is relevant to them gets found out the second you do this. So when they say, tell me about yourself, you're going to say, sure. And before I dive in, is there anything specific about my background you want me to highlight just so that I don't forget? Now, if it's like a super technical person like Tiffany that they're going to meet, they're going to be like, don't ask me a question. Okay. That could happen, but just ask it anyway. Just ask it anyway. Okay. Because a lot of times people say, yeah, I'd love to know a little bit more about your go-to-market experience and what you built there. Or I'd love to know a little bit more about how you actually built out this thing. I'd love to understand and whatever they're saying means that's relevant to them. And then you can just start with that. Okay, the tell me about yourself is not your life story. It's not your career history. It's what's relevant to you. And if they say nothing, just keep it high level, keep it high level. And I've done this before. I don't have it here, but I just have my clients use a process called DLAT. Here's what I did. Here's what I learned. Here's what I achieved. And I'm tying it into what they need based off the job description. Okay. DLAT. D like dog, L like Larry, A like Apple, T like Tiffany. All right.
To jump onto that, Gaurav, so the panel interview that I finished the loop with, I never got the offer. They didn't look at my resume. They were going in back-to-back meetings, and then they had no background about myself. And so that kind of forced me to kind of give them my 15-second elevator pitch.
Yeah, that happens. It's a shame, right?
Right.
That
And then it goes to that, like,
It's probably not a shame. It's good that you didn't get the job because they didn't care about talking to you.
I'm actually going to agree with Dennis. It's like, you know what, dude? If you're going to freaking make me go through all this shit and then I meet with you and you don't even look at my profile, that tells me a lot about how you guys treat people also when they're on the inside. So fuck them. Okay. I think the universe in weird ways gives you all these signs of what's meant for you and what's not meant for you. And I am a real big believer on if I didn't get this, it just wasn't meant for me. That doesn't mean I couldn't have done better. Okay. We're not going to just dismiss our own accountability. I can always do better, but it just, that door wasn't meant for me. Okay.
Okay.
Love that. Love that so much.
Yeah, dude. We're not here trying to like make people love us. You know what I'm saying? Like we shouldn't have to make you love us. So this whole question of like, is there anything you want me to focus on? I got this was so cool when the guy said like, dude, my entire game plan was something else. And then I switched it up on the spot after she basically spoon fed me the answer, right? Again, she probably wasn't a technical Indian auntie. She literally just was a friendly human and told her, yeah, I'd love for you to focus on XYZ. And that's what happened. I hope you guys know I'm not racist, even though I've been talking a lot of trash about older Indian people. It's just I know a lot of them myself, okay? I love them.
You use the privilege to get away with a lot of things here, Gaurav.
You guys are going to write the worst reviews, but I really am not. I obviously have tons of Indian aunties. My own client, I have a client right now named Rajat. Okay, Rajat is going for a chief technical officer position for a $1.2 million salary at a company called Humana. That's where he's going to interview. And the first time I did, so remember, I prep with my clients before they ever start interviewing because I need to get the bad habits out fast, right? So I usually do 2-3 preps with you guys before interviews ever come. And he goes, what was my flaw? And I said, you sound like my uncle. And then he's like, yeah, I know. And I was like, well, now let's lighten it up, you know? Let's just work on being a little more warmer. Because we're so taught like how to be transactional. So that's my point. So I'm not racist. Hopefully you guys know that. All right. This next thing, tell me about yourself. This is the one I'm telling you. If you say this right, you stand out from a crowd. You will stand out from a crowd. And every single one of these interviewers, these companies that you're interviewing with, Tiffany, Brittany, all of you, they are meeting with 15 different people if they want to. Would you agree? Yeah. They have the luxury in this market to meet with as many people as they want because there's so many people out of work. So remember how I said don't talk about to ChatGPT? Everyone's talking to ChatGPT. Hey, give me a brief, concise version of tell me about yourself. And then they come in and they say it. If you sound like everyone else, you can't stand out. Yeah? Okay, so the car mechanic is basically this. Okay? Corey, have you heard me talk about this?
Loosely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Dennis, have you heard me talk about this?
No.
Okay. This is for Dennis and for anybody who's never heard me talk about this. Dennis, let's say you own a 1971 Mercedes SL. Okay. You love this car to death. It's your favorite car of all time. And something goes wrong with it. This is your baby. Now you're going to go to a mechanic. Okay. You're going to go to mechanic number 1 on the right. And he's going to say, yeah, the problem's with the radiator. I can get it fixed for $5,000. And you're like, okay, cool. Let me take it to mechanic number 2 just for a second opinion. And you take it to mechanic number 2, and the mechanic number 2 says, oh my God, Dennis, I can't believe you have a 1971 Mercedes SL. You don't know this, but I grew up with this car. I love this car. My dad gave me this car. I took it to prom. I even got my driver's license test in this. And personally, I've worked on this specific model 75 different times in the last like 18 months. I can even tell you without looking at it, the problem's most likely the radiator, but even I'll take a look. And if I find any other problems, I'll let you know what they are. So if you want me to fix them, I can do that. And by the way, it'll be $6,000. Dennis, who are you going to?
Mechanic number 2.
Why?
Because he loves the car.
Yeah, because he made you feel.
He made me feel important and seen, and I feel he cares about me.
That's the third thing. The third thing is the first thing. He made you feel like he cares about your car just as much as you care about your car, if not more. Right? There's a personal tie to that. And so when we go into a tell me about yourself, we're very robotic, aren't we? We're like, well, I've been a project manager for 15 years and I started my career off when I was at this company and it was a great experience. I learned how to do this. And then I got laid off and I moved over to this other company. And now I was a senior project manager and I worked on these digital transformation projects. And I had to work with cross-functionally in this dynamic environment. By the way, I'm a ninja guru rock star and I did this. And then lastly, I did that and I did that and that's it. And you're like, cool, you sound like every other person, right? So what do we want to do to differentiate ourselves in the tell me about yourself? Because the tell me about yourself should include why you're interested in working there, but it's the what. Like it's the what behind their why. So I'll give you a good example because I probably suck at articulating this, okay? I had a client just recently, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, had an interview with Discord. Everyone heard of Discord? It's like a community-based company or whatever, app. And she does the tell me about yourself. And I said, why do you want to work there? Her name's Kirti. And she goes, it's a cool technology. I said, okay. Why else? She's like, well, a lot of people use it. I was like, Kirti, is that something you can say only, or is that something everyone can say? She's like, everyone. I was like, so did you stand out? Like, no. I said, okay. Why do you want to work there? And she couldn't answer it. And I said, this is how well I know her, because I spend a lot of time with each of you guys when we work together. I said, didn't you tell me last week that you play racquetball every week in Seattle in this all women's racquetball league? And she goes, yeah. I said, well, did you make friends from that? She goes, yeah. I said, well, do you go there just for racquetball, or do you like go there to hang out with these friends? She's like, well, hang out with the friends. I said, do you ever go out after that and meet for coffee or do lunch or whatever? And she goes, yeah. And I said, do you see why community is important to you? She's like, yeah. I was like, well, do you see why if you said that, they would remember you? The racquetball thing, the community thing. So we switched her answer. After she did the proper tell me about yourself, and she's like, you know, the reason I'm really excited about this opportunity is because for the first time in my life, I truly, and I'm embarrassed to say this, realized the power of community, because I actually go to this women's racquetball league every week, and I can't tell you how much fun I have, and I actually don't even go there for racquetball anymore. It's because I get to hang out with all these cool women, and we have lunch, and da-da-da-da-da, right? Now, do you think they will remember that? That's car mechanic number 2. And so it's like, so I want to be part of this company because I want to make sure I'm building an application or I want to be part of a company that actually fosters community, because I know that in this world, especially with AI, we're losing more and more touch with human beings. That's the why behind the what they do. Do you want one more example, or can I keep going?
Let's keep going.
Okay, let me keep going. So I'm going to share my screen, but you guys understand now, like the car mechanic number 2 is really just telling them why you care about the company. You know, like, why do you care about the Mercedes SL71 or 1971? All right, this is now behavioral questions. Okay, behavioral questions are what? Like, tell me about a time when. That's a behavioral question. How have you ever handled blah? That's a behavioral question, right? And again, most people go to ChatGPT and they will say, how would I answer this question? And ChatGPT will literally give you a star response. Tell them the situation, tell them the task, tell them the action, tell them the result, right? Who's been a hiring manager here before? Matthew, Nisi, Amy. How many times have you guys ever met with an applicant in an interview? Lauren, good. There's a lot of hiring managers. How many of you ever met with an applicant, and after the interview, you told the recruiter, yeah, I like that guy, but I just want to see a few more. And the recruiter's like, oh, you like the guy? And you're like, yeah. And then she's like, do you think he could do the job? And you're like, yeah. And you're like, but you still want to see more? And you're like, yeah. And you're like, well, what are you looking for? And you're like, I don't know. I'll just know it when I see it. Who said that? Admit it, you punks. Amy, Jennifer. How's that? Like, and who's heard that before? They just want to see more. Right? Why? Because you don't even know that you're looking for a feeling. You said, I'll know it when I see it. You may as well have just said, I'll know it when I feel it. Right? What you're looking for is a feeling. Well, how do you quantify feeling? You don't. It's just something you feel. Who here has heard a really good speech in their life? And now think, what made that speech really good? Was it just what they said or how they said it? Likely how they said it, right? Along with, they shared a couple stories. Am I right or wrong? Shared a couple stories. So we don't want to go to ChatGPT, who is a robot, and say, tell me how I can build rapport with a freaking human. Let's just speak like humans. And let's all acknowledge today, show me your hands or faces or in the chat, show me in your, let's all acknowledge and normalize that there's no such thing as perfect. There's only authenticity, and authenticity wins. If you try to come across as perfect, you will exactly get the opposite experience. People get turned off by that stuff. So let's just show up as ourselves, because they're hiring you for you. They may as well get to know you, right? So how we do that, I'm going to skip past this, is something called PPSG, which I shared right here. Instead of saying a star format, we're going to introduce 2 elements, which is pain and glory. So you're going to talk about the tension, which is the problem. So if they're like, how do you handle a tight deadline, right? It's It's like, yeah, that's a great question. I've done this a lot. I can tell you about a time where I was assigned 7 portfolio programs, and 5 out of the 7 were in the red, meaning they were going to like cost us a lot of money if we didn't get it right. And to be frank, we were running out of money and we needed to cut costs without eliminating headcount. This is the pain, right? And then you tell them what you did. And then you tell them what that achieved, but then you tell them the glory. And FYI, pain and glory are emotional. They're always emotional cues. If you say it right, then you will make them feel like they'll feel like you've been there, done that. Now, I'll tell you an example of this. They'll say, I had a client say, in an interview, we prep for this. I was like, tell me, she was going for a leadership role. And FYI, if you're going for a leadership role, you at some point in the process will get asked the question, tell me what you do when one of the people who report to you are underperforming. How do you turn that around, right? And you can say something like a star example. You can say, yeah, in my last company, I had an employee who was underperforming. And so what I did was I met with her and I put together a performance review and put together clear KPIs that we were going to work on for 30 days. And I met with her for each week of those 30 days to make sure she was on track. And by the end of the 30 days, she had met those KPIs and she had actually exceeded a few of them. And I'm proud to say that we were able to keep her. Is that a bad answer? Is that a star answer? Look at you guys saying no.
No.
You guys just gave me thumbs down, yet that's what you sound like when you go in interviews. Right? What was devoid? It was devoid of feeling.
Emotion.
Yeah, emotion, right? So I said, hey, from here on out, share the name, share how that person felt. Share the name, share how that person felt. Talk about that. Okay, so the answer switched to this. This is literally what we prepped, and then I had her say it over and over until it felt comfy cozy. She's like, yeah, when I was at Pepsi, one of my favorite employees, I forget her name, so I'm gonna make it up. One of my favorite employees, Jessica, when I went out on maternity leave, I came to find out that she was underperforming. And actually my leadership team wanted me to fire her. And one of the core philosophies I've tried to maintain all throughout my career, and I haven't been perfect at it, is I don't want to fire people as the first option. That should always be the last option. And so I met with Jessica, and the first thing I did with her was I didn't even talk about her performance. I didn't talk about KPIs. I didn't even talk about a plan. I just wanted to approach this conversation with empathy and curiosity. And I just let her know, like, hey, her work's been slipping. What's going on? Is there anything I could support her with? And I'm not going to take too long to tell you this, but I just found out, like, in that meeting, that she was going through something really difficult at home. And so instead of talking about a plan and making her fear for her job, which is the last thing she probably wanted to hear, I just said, why don't you take a few days off, deal with what you need to deal with at home. I'll take care of your work. And when you come back, we'll put a plan in place to get you back on track. Does that sound good? She said, yeah. And what was super cool is when she came back, you could tell she felt 100 pounds lighter, right? Because, and we didn't even talk about, again, firing, performance plans. All I did was I was like, let's put a plan in place that you're comfortable with, I'm comfortable with, and get you back on track. And it was a 3-month plan. And I'm just really proud to say the fact that she didn't even need 3 months. She just recovered within like 30 something days. I forget the exact time. And what was cool was how she showed up with so much more confidence. She showed up with so much more trust, and she was helping everyone else. And a year and a half later, she ended up getting promoted to a senior director role. And so I always learned in these situations, if you approach it from empathy and you approach it from curiosity, rather than just focusing on numbers, more people will earn your trust and they'll want to do better. I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm happy to go into more detail if you'd like. So that is a problem, pain, solution, glory, ended with a feedback loop. Could you see how that stands out? Even though it's like 1 minute longer than it should have been, do you see how that would be more memorable than the star? Yes? And this is actually her story. I just had to ask her all the questions, like, what did you do? How did you do it? Well, what did you? And she was like, I don't like firing people. I was like, well, then what if you said that? Right? What if you talked about how Jessica felt? Don't you think the people who's listening to you would have felt like you feel what they're going through? You get it? Remember, data moves the mind, the stories always move the heart. If you're just going in giving star examples and just giving data, You're moving you're moving the needle in one part, but just like every single hiring manager in this room just said, you're not going to give them the feeling. You guys catching my drift?
Like have a pretty standard star kind of feel to their process.
Huh?
Don't FANG companies and a lot of the larger enterprise organizations use STAR as kind of their baseline for grading interviews?
Yeah.
But this aligns pretty well, but it just kind of injects the emotional component. Is that kind of where you're going? Okay.
It's just two new elements. That's a really good point, Mel. It's two new elements. I'm not removing the STAR format. I'm adding something that actually makes me connect with the human being and shows them I understand what you're going through. And not only do I understand it like intellectually, right? Or academic, I understand it like personally from a human perspective. And if you heard my story, like I said the word like a couple of times, I didn't actually have succinct answers, but you probably felt the story more, right? It's the same thing in these interviews. Just to Mel's point, yeah, they might be looking for the STAR format, but the second you say this, it's how they feel at the end of it that either dictates you move forward or not. Not did she say it's situation, task, action, result. Does that make sense? You guys? All right, so I remember I told you this part's going to take a long time, but look at client said, he was smiling throughout my PPSG stories and said things like, I couldn't agree more. That's right, it will translate well. It just works, dude. I don't know what else to say. The STAR format stinks and it makes you sound like everybody else. The PPSG just separates you and it makes you come across as an authentic, vulnerable human. And it doesn't dismiss how smart you are, how qualified you are. Okay, a couple more things about interviews. I'm sorry, this part is really long. This next thing is called painkiller versus multivitamin. The analogy here is, and these are for situational questions. Situational questions, you guys get asked this a lot, which is how would you do something? If you came in here, what would you do? Or how would you solve this problem, right? It's like, well, there's like, okay, even if you gave the best answer, it's largely theoretical, right? Am I right? If you said, here's what I would do, and it's right, it's still theoretical. So then does theoretical stuff hold more weight? The fact that I'm showing you client testimonials, does it hold more weight to this presentation or no?
It does.
Yeah, because you're seeing other people just like you doing the thing. It's the same thing. Now I'm not speaking in theory. So a multivitamin is something we know we should do every day. We should take every day, but we don't. I didn't today. But the second I have a migraine, what the hell am I doing? I'm going straight to the medicine cabinet taking a painkiller because it kills the thing. That's the point. So when I speak theoretically, I'm kind of sounding like a multivitamin. Yeah, I should do that, but it's not like, there's no pain here. But when I give you the Tylenol or the aspirin version of it, you're going to feel that one, right? So the next time someone says, what would you do in this scenario? How would you? These are all situational. You're just going to say, that's a great question. It's something I've dealt with several times. One specific example I can think of is introduce the PPSG. And then you would just end by saying, and that's a similar approach I would take here, but I'm excited to hear your thoughts on that. Now, a question I get asked a lot is like, well, what if I've never done the thing? Then it's like, okay, just say, you don't have to make it up. I would say, you know what? Let me think of that. I don't think I've actually worked on that directly. So I don't have an apples to apples example, but I do have a apples to orange story I could share with you because I think I would take the same approach, but I'm curious to get your thoughts. I'm still showing less I'm a human. Okay. I have clients say, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Let me take a second. And the second you say something like that, the interviewer will realize that they're coming on too strong and they'll be like, oh no, don't worry. You can say shit like that. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. Let me take a minute to think about that. And then you gather your thoughts and then you deliver your response. People know when if you tell them, you don't say you're making me nervous, you weirdo, but you just say, sorry, I'm a little nervous. They'll ease up a little. Okay. All right. Second to last question is the recap. I just tell people, if you want to really like put a bow on this, just at the end, just say, do you mind if I quickly recap what I think you're looking for in this person? 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10, they'll literally say yes. And this is just where you get to like show them you are actively listening. And there's the reason we do this is more psychological than anything else. When people hear you regurgitate their pain points back to them, they feel heard. Who just said, when I did the car mechanic, he just said, oh, I felt heard. I think that was Dennis, right? I felt seen. Yeah. It's the same thing here. When you say, do you mind if I quickly recap what I think you're looking for in this person? And again, in the history of history, I'm pretty sure I've never heard no. They say yes. And then you're like, cool. It seems like your biggest pain point right now is everyone is working in silos, right? And if that's the case, you're hoping for somebody to create sort of like a communication cadence in a scrum meeting or a weekly meeting allowed with daily communication updates. So that way everyone stays on the same page. Is that right? Right. You see, like, I'm just going to regurgitate their pain points back to them and then talk about the solution that we discussed. Does that make sense? And it makes them feel like so heard. That's the whole cool thing, is like, wow, this guy gets it. And then the last one is cake versus cupcake, right? So cake cup versus, like you would say, this is the last question I tell my clients to end on interviews. And I'm going to talk about this in a second. So it's like, okay, great. So based on that, based on that recap, it's supposed to say recap, not feedback. Do you have any concerns about my ability to step into this role and be effective? Because I'd love the opportunity to clarify or confirm this question. First of all, how gangster do you have to be to say, like, I'd love to confirm your concerns? You know how much confident you come across when you say that? So let me tell you this, and I'll show you, right? When you say this question, when I tell people to ask this question, people literally say, but won't I end it on a negative note? I don't want to give them a negative feeling about me as I end it. Who feels that? Who's heard that, thinks that, right? Vishwa, I don't want to say this because I don't want to end on a negative note. Okay. Now let me ask you one more question, okay? Those same people who think that, how many times have you got an email after an interview saying, we're moving with somebody else who we think is a little more qualified? And you're like, but I'm freaking qualified. Well, what do you think happened? They thought of something negative, you didn't get a chance to address it, and now you're disqualified. Am I right? So this is not leaving them with something they're not going to think about once the thing's done. Every hiring manager in here knows after the interview ends, at some point they're going to debrief and they're going to tell the recruiter yes or no. And sometimes the recruiter then messages you and you're like, we were looking for somebody with more X. And you're like, I have so much X. What the heck are you talking about? So I didn't get a chance to deliver my actual closing argument, right? So if I just said, do you mind, based on that recap, do you have any concerns about my ability to step into this role and be effective? Because I'd love to clarify or confirm your concerns. Now, if you've done a good job building rapport, they'll usually tell you. Okay? So if it's a highly technical person, they usually won't. Or if it's an Amazon recruiter, they usually won't, because they're not even about this. But take those types of people out for a second. Okay? They're going to give you a concern. And how you answer that concern is what makes or breaks this whole thing. So that's why I use cake versus cupcake, right? If the concern was, Gaurav, my only concern is you don't know how to bake a cake, right? And that's part of this job. And let's say Amy's right, I don't know how to bake a cake. If I just say, oh, no, but I can learn, what's Amy gonna think? Well, here comes some crap he's trying to sell me. Or worse, if I say, oh, no, I have, she'll know right away I'm lying. So we're not going to lie for sure, ever. But if I say, oh, no, I can learn, but I'm a fast learner, it's like, okay, here's the crap, right? So the idea, and this is taught to me by psychology again, like I have psychologists teach me all this stuff back in the day. It's called absorbing versus deflecting. Write this down, y'all. If my wife came home, she's going to come home in a few hours, and if she says, I'm hungry, and I'm like, that's cool, I guarantee I'll get punched in the face. I'm hungry. Go, Bill, can you make a sandwich? Oh, by the way, can you make me one? Now I'm going to get punched twice in the face. Okay? Because I'm dismissing. So absorbing or deflecting, we don't want to deflect. So if she said, I'm hungry, I'd be like, oh my God, so am I. You know, but okay, so enough about my wife. That's like, but if the concern was, Gaurav, you don't know how to bake a cake, the way we absorb that is, you're absolutely right. I actually don't know how to bake a cake. However, when I was at this other bakery that I used to work at, one of the things I was responsible for was baking cupcakes, and I didn't even know how to do that. So the way I came up to speed was every single day I would be testing different recipes in my kitchen. And then I would also make sure to sit with some of our best bakers every single day too. And this way I came up to speed so much faster than I even thought. And by the end of my first 30 days there, I knew how to bake a red velvet cake, which was still not that great. But by the end of the 6 months there, I had the best red velvet cake out of the entire bakery. And I would take that same approach here. Would that work, you think? Now, what would you say, Amy? Yeah, right?
Yeah, it builds confidence that they would be able to perform.
And I just acknowledge you're right. So you already, now your defenses are down.
Yeah.
And now I'm taking you back to a time I also didn't know how to do something and how I came up to speed. So I get to acknowledge her concern, I drop her guard, and I get to share one more win. Now that doesn't mean it always closes, but now she might actually be like, that's true. Yeah, you're right. You could learn how to bake this cake. It's not hard, right? But now imagine if Amy said, Gaurav, my only concern is you don't know how to bake a cake. And she's wrong. Well, we still want to absorb it. The last thing we want to be is Mr. or Mrs. Actually, or Mr. or Mrs. Like I told you before. People say this. Actually, no, like I mentioned, it's like, excuse me? What'd you say? You know, so we don't want to be Mr. or Mrs. Actually or Mr. or Mrs. Like I mentioned, right? All we're going to say is, you know what? That's my fault. I should have done a better job of clarifying that, Amy. When I was at my last bakery, I did actually have to bake a cake. I can't believe I forgot it. So I learned how to bake this cake, this cake, this cake. In fact, this other cake was the best-selling cake in the bakery. Happy to go into details if you'd like. Now, what do you feel? You don't feel like I didn't make you feel dumb, right? Because I didn't say, actually, Amy. You see my point? So this is like, if you end this, and either way, you get to showcase that you get to clarify a confirm or confirm one, but you still get to end on a positive note. Because the last thing you want is Amy going home thinking you don't know how to do this thing, and now you never get a chance to defend yourself. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why we end with that. And so this is why the 3 reasons that works. It's like, it just gives you peace of mind. It's like an insurance policy kind of thing. So these are the things. There's a couple things I can tell you in here, but I'll wait till you work with me. But this was a really cool note. This is from Andrew Tseng, Tseng. Super cool guy. Some of you talked about this before. What about the gap on my resume? And I want to share with you first this. Some of the clients I work with have 1-year gaps, 3-year gaps, 2-year gaps. She had a 5-year gap, and she still came back and made more money than she made before. And she had this to say about it. And I would love for you to just read this to yourself or take a screenshot of it, because I think it's one of the most beautiful things somebody's ever said in my program. We can transform the sources of private shame and concern into stepping stones or points of pride that set us apart. And I think that's so true.
A slide back, because I think I liked also what she, wow, embracing the gap and embracing the coming back. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
We all are humans, and we have human things happen to us. You are not flawed because you took time off or because it took you a little bit longer to find a job. You are not flawed. You're simply giving context. And how you do that is in one of 2 ways. One is in the interview. You know, at first it was tough. So you're being human. You're building and soliciting empathy. But now looking back on it, I actually wouldn't trade it for the world, because I'm grateful I had that extra time to spend with my kids. You know, I was all go since the age of 18. It was just so nice to be able to like read them a book or take them to school. But now, during that time off, I also spent time kind of learning more about agentic AI. I also took my PMP, and I feel a lot more aligned with what this role is looking for. Is there anything wrong with that answer? No. So that's how you talk about it, in your interview. If you say it with confidence, and FYI, guys, if you don't make a big deal of it, they don't make a big deal of it. You know what I'm saying? When your kid's lying to you, when they start giving you more than what they need, than what you need, they're lying. For those who have to jump, remember this thing, okay? If any of you are interested in this, where I can prep you, work with you, this is where you would email me. And I'm going to go to this last thing about interviews, okay? Who here, and I'm pretty sure everyone, has interview PTSD. And what I mean by that is you go on an interview and you've bombed so many interviews, you're saying to yourself, I really want this one. I really hope I get this one. I really hope I don't mess this up. I really need this one. Who said that? Okay. Now think about what you're doing. And this is coming from a scientific study done by, oh my God, I can't believe I forgot his name. Shoot. I forgot his name, but it'll come back to me. Anyway, he's a coach of mine. I've been to a lot of his programs. He says that every day in our mind, our brains go through about 65 to 70,000 thoughts, 65,000 to 70,000 thoughts per day, okay? And 90%, if not more, of those thoughts are largely the same. And he believes that in order for you to change your personal reality, you have to change your personality. In order to change your personal reality, you have to change your personality. But we can't change our personality, can we, if we're thinking the same 75,000 thoughts per day? And then he says, everything we think dictates how our body feels, and how our body feels dictates how we act, and how we act dictates the results that we get, right? That makes sense logically, right? How we feel, the emotions trigger. Joe Dispenza, thank you, Jeff. Yes. Woo, that was going to bother me. Everything we feel or think dictates how we feel. And then how we feel dictates how we show up. So if every day or every time we get an interview, we go to that interview saying, I really hope I get this. I really want this. I hope I don't mess this up. What we're saying to our body is lack, scarcity, fear, doubt. Lack, scarcity, fear, doubt. If I show up to an interview saying that over and over and over and over again, days and days before the interview comes, then lack, scarcity, fear, doubt make me show up as nervous, overeager, and possibly desperate. Am I right? Then I'll say things like, I really love this job. I really hope I get this job. Can't wait to talk about next steps. Lack, scarcity, fear, doubt make you show up nervous, overeager, and possibly desperate. Okay? So instead of saying, I really hope I get this job, I really hope I get this, I really want this, I hope I don't mess this up, I need this, I want this. Instead of saying that, all we're going to do is say an exercise called, wouldn't it be cool if? Okay? And this is what I make my clients do every day before their interviews, and I do this with them every day before their interview preps or after their interview preps. This is what we do. So instead of saying, I really want this job, I say, tell yourself, wouldn't it be cool if you were in this job and 60 days from now you were just crushing it? Now close your eyes and visualize, how would you show up then? 60 days after you got the offer, not at the offer, 60 days after you got the offer. You'd probably show up a lot more calm. You'd probably show up a lot more confident, right? And I think the more you do this, wouldn't it be cool if, and you visualize yourself in that state, and then you take that energy and you bring it to an interview, now you feel like you have executive presence, you have calmness, there's not over-eagerness, none of that. And that also allows you to think better too. Because if you're breathing during your interviews and you're practicing breathing, actively breathing, you allow more oxygen to go to your brain, which allows you to then respond better. Told you there's a lot of nuances to this, you guys. And so you can say all the right things in the world, but if you're not showing up the right way, it doesn't really matter. 10 out of 10 execution on a 2 out of 10 opportunity. Am I right? It's 1 o'clock. And some of you probably don't like me by now or have to go. Do you want me to go to the last thing, which is negotiation, or do you just screw it?
Please go.
Please go. All right, let me do this. Oh, okay, let me show you this. Best interview, very calm, very collaborative, very two-directional dialogue-y. I did excellent with my examples, right? So this is from the wouldn't it be cool if, okay? And last time I'm gonna show you this, I think. Holler, okay? If you guys want help and you want me to hold your hand through this thing and we do it together so you have more fun, just do that. All right, I'm gonna go through my last thing and then we are gonna end it with some Q&A. Where is this? All right, so you know when you get an offer, right? They're gonna give you an offer. You're gonna get offers, you guys. We use a process called the Chinese menu philosophy to crush these offers, okay? The next time someone gives you an offer and it's not something you want, how racist does this sound to you? It's like I literally feel like I'm just doing only racist things. It's actually a philosophy. I didn't come up with this name, I promise. So the next time you get an offer and you don't want that offer, you want something more, you don't just say, thank you, I love this, but I actually were looking for more like 175 instead of 160. We don't just say that, because what that does is that just gives them an option to be like, nope. Then what? You're like, well, okay, cool. Well, what about 170? They're like, nope. You're like, well, what about one? It's like, nope, right? So instead, we're not going to give them a number. We're going to give them numbers. We're going to give them options. And so what I mean by that is when we go into a restaurant, waiter gives you a menu, right? And now you think you have all the free will in the world to pick and choose what you want, right? But you're only picking from the options they gave you. So how much free will do we actually have? Unless it's Cheesecake Factory where you can literally order anything you want, you're only picking from the options they gave you. We're going to do the same. So instead of saying no, we're going to give them options. And we're going to give them 3 options specifically. One of them is going to be kind of outrageous, not too much, but kind of. So let's just say they offered you 225. You're going to say option 1, 260, all else remain the same, knowing they're not going to accept that. But now everything else looks much more doable. Then you'll say option 2, 245 with a 10K sign on, or option number 3, 235 with a 20K sign on. Or you mix and match other things, more stock, more this, more that, right? It just depends on the variables. And what they'll usually do is not just be like, oh, okay, well, here, we'll just do option 2. They'll mix and match. So this is what he had before he started at TikTok. This was the offer, okay? I told him, say this. This is exactly how we write it. Very appreciative, not like some sort of, here's what I want, if not, I'm out of here kind of thing. It's just very much like, I respect what you're offering me. I'm looking forward to joining. I actually did some research, and based on that research, here's what I found more comparable. And I'd like to respectfully ask if there's any flexibility to close the gap. And then he actually shared these 3 numbers. This is what I gave him. So I usually do research for each person before they just come back with a counter offer to make sure it's what we're asking realistic. And look at what they came back with. They actually gave him the options. You can do 160 with 460 RSUs or 155 with 509. He chose the latter, obviously, because it's TikTok. This client, look at this. Look at this. I was able to convert a 190K base and 190K stocks to 220K base and 300K stocks. Now, why do you think they didn't just give him 220 to begin with? Who wants to take a stab at that?
Because it will be negotiated up. If they give 220 to begin with, then there's
That's that. And they don't even know if you're smart enough to negotiate correctly. Because if I give you 190 and I'm not using Gora's help, then I'll probably just ask for 195 and they'll give it to you. They don't know if you're a savvy shopper or not. And the other thing employers do, and I know this for a fact, and it sucks, is if you're laid off, they'll start low, really low, because they know that you're probably desperate, right? And they know that you think if you negotiate, you think we're going to just rescind the offer. That's what you think. That's not true. So we need to come across like we know what our worth is, right? We've earned the right. All of you, I looked at your LinkedIn profiles, by the way. You've earned the right to get what you want. That's why you're in this room. Your profiles match the same type of profiles as my clients. You guys have earned the right to go after what you want. You just need to know how to say it and ask for it. And this is how you do it.
Last time, Gaurav, they told that this is the range. This is the range, and I was the top of that maximum range.
Yeah, I mean, if you know you're on the top of that range, and first of all, it's good, but the thing is, you like sometimes people will say, Gaurav, I used to make this, and they're offering me that. It's like, what you used to make has no bearing right now. It's what this company can offer, and it's what the other candidates in the market are willing to take.
So Gaurav, you don't go.
They told me that they also have done the research, and they also know what is the average salary for this position.
Yeah, that's fair. There doesn't mean you can't negotiate something. Title, sign-on, stock, bonus, PTO, flexible. There's a lot you can do. Now, if you're going to say, well, I tried everything and they said no, well, then now it's just up to you. Do you want to take it or not? Right? But I'm saying there's always a chance, and a really good chance, you can negotiate something. And this is how you do it. And you just can't go into mind thinking, I used to make X and now I want to make, it's like, that doesn't matter.
But Gaurav, you say that within the range, like we're talking salary. I know the other things are options for negotiation too, but for the salary, you're saying that negotiate within the range. Like if the range top.
No, if the range is 225 and they gave you 220, you can still ask for 245 because it's not unreasonable.
So you can.
But what I'm saying is they'll go from that and then kind of go back.
Okay.
But if I start from their range and go down, now I've lost leverage, right? So the anchor is the first option, should be the one we know realistically they're not going to do. Now, in this case, it actually worked, but it doesn't always work like that. It more works like this. They'll mix and match the different things and give it to you. So these are just more examples of how they all did that, but this is the Chinese menu philosophy, and that's the last thing. So if you think about what we did today, we got clear on what's our next role. Then we rewrote a resume and LinkedIn profile to speak to that role. Then we generated interviews by doing proactive, intentional outreach. Then we got interviews. And now we learned how to be more consultative in these interviews because we want to position ourselves as solutions to their problems. So we ask for questions during this. And then we're going to get an offer and we're just going to negotiate intelligently. And that's really it. And I do think that a lot of people, when I go through this whole thing, they ask me, well, won't this be hard? And the answer is yes. There's no sugarcoating it. You guys have never done this. And there's a big difference. And I've said this, between being good at your job and being good at the job search, right? If you taught me how to be a product manager, I would feel so stupid. But that doesn't mean it's undoable, because I think what's harder is wasting a lot of time applying, not getting results, becoming frustrated, getting dejected, going for roles that are lower than you, applying for those roles, and then accidentally getting that role. And now you start off in a new career, new job, underpaid, undervalued, don't want what you want, don't show up the way you should show up for your loved ones. And that's hard. Going to bed at night doing this feels a lot better than going to bed at night doing this. And I bet you the person who's 1 year from now, 6 months from now, 90 days from now, 5 years from now, will really be happy that you did this. And your loved ones will be happier that you did this. than the person who settled and did this. So yes, it's going to be hard, but there's something that's a lot harder. And I already told you about this. This is how I only do one-on-one coaching. There's a lot of coaches that do group-based coaching. I work with senior level folks, so I don't like doing group coaching because you saw how many nuances there are in the interview process. And you see how nuanced everything is. You're going to get asked case studies, and I just don't like doing group coaching, because when I can do much of the work for you or with you, and you have somebody who you can talk to every single day versus just figuring out how to do this on your own, I think you're going to be a lot happier. You're going to have a lot more fun, and it'll prevent you from going down a path you don't want to go down. So if you're ever interested, I do have 2 spots opening in March 16th, and then the next time after that will be July. This is where you email me to learn about that. And these are the results since 2024, okay? So this is just the time it takes, blah, 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 blah. And so I usually end with this, but I'm going to just kind of go through this. So I've already told you what happened when I went in and I invested in coaching and stuff. So I just think that's what happens with my clients. You'll see this. You've seen this before in yourself. When you've invested in yourself, only good things happen. That's why I think coaching is really important. But I want to do one more thing. I do like this quote. So if and when we ever work together, what you're going to see is you're going to be connected, and I will personally introduce you to like hundreds of people who I've worked with and I know in my network. And I do that because I want you to have mentors. I think the biggest area school failed us is they don't teach us how to actually secure mentors. And as you know, who you know matters a lot. And so one thing I make a big emphasis on is when anyone joins my program, they're going to get instant access to hang out with every one of my past clients. If you're going for a director of program and you've never been there, I'll introduce you to a VP of program. If you're going for a product role and you want to meet with a few chief product officers, you can have them. All of these people are kind human beings. I don't work with jerks, and they will all take the call. They will all meet with you. They will all support you. They'll love you because they know what it's like to be you. Okay? And I want to do one more thing before we end this. Okay? Is I want you to, where is it? I want you to read this. This is one of my favorite quotes of all time. I think it's more true than anything. And now we're going to do something, and this is how I end every single one of my workshops, okay? I would love it if you guys would turn on your cameras. Whoever feels comfortable, this is just for 1 second. Don't worry, you're not being judged. Turn on your cameras. You guys have made it with me for what? Almost 3.5 hours? All right, this is how we end it, okay? Every time. I'm going to just take one picture, but don't worry. Just say hi. So pick somebody on the screen. Don't tell them who it is. Scott Sawyer, don't say who you're picking, okay? I love that last name, by the way, because I just watched Huck and Finn with my 8-year-old. All right. I want you to pick somebody on the screen. You don't tell them who it is. Now, as silly as this sounds, you're going to close your eyes. Okay? I'm going to do this with you. I picked my person. You're going to close your eyes and you're going to imagine for this person, how are they going to feel when they get the job offer that they wanted, the one they not only deserve, but they earned the right to get? Imagine that email comes in. How do you think that person's going to feel? Then imagine the rest of their day. Who are they going to talk to? Who are they going to run to? How are they going to behave? How are they going to feel, act? And now imagine how they're going to feel when they go to bed. All that hard work, all that stress, all of it just turns into instant gratitude, instant relief, because they secured what they knew they earned the right to get. Imagine how they feel the next day when they wake up. How are they going to show up that day? Probably eat some pancakes, probably go to the park, whatever it is, right? Wish this for them. Now keep your eyes closed, Scott Sawyer. Now just take 20 seconds to wish this for yourself. How are you going to feel when you get the email? When you did this hard work? When you get the offer you've earned the right to get? How are you going to feel? Who's the first person you're going to tell? How are me and you going to celebrate? What are you going to do? Are you going to go to the park? Are you going to go get nice dinner? Are you going to go somewhere else? What are you going to do? Now you can open your eyes. And I always think the first step to receiving is giving. And every time you wish well for others, there's a weird way the universe pays you back. I can't explain it. It just has worked for me. And I think every time you feel like shit, rather than asking yourself, how do I feel better? Just take a second to wish somebody else feels better. And then imagine it for yourself. And it just feels a little bit different. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you for everyone who spent all this time with me on this call. I hope it was helpful. Hope you learned as much as you could. And I genuinely, I am very appreciative of you. And I'm rooting for you, and I want the best for all of you. I want the best for your families, your loved ones. Just don't give up on yourselves. Okay?
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Gaurav.
You're welcome, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Of course.
Gaurav.
I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
That was great.
Thanks. Bye.
Thanks so much.